India has participated in 51 UN peacekeeping missions, maintaining peace in some of the most challenging operations around the world. India is playing a leading role in determining the success of the SDGs. Home to one-sixth of humanity, India's model of SDG localization has successfully integrated the 2030 agenda from national to local governance all the way to individual households.
When India grows, the world grows. When India reforms, the world transforms.
To ensure faster and transparent delivery of public services using digital means, India has built a first of its kind public digital infrastructure, with social benefits worth $300 billion transferred digitally. India has also made significant contributions in responding to the global pandemic, reinforcing its image as the pharmacy of the world. With over 2 billion vaccine doses administered to date, India's CoWIN has formed the backbone for leading the world's largest vaccination drive. Lessons from India's development and social inclusion schemes are adding value to the growth story of many countries. The India-UN Development Partnership Fund, the first ever single-country South-South cooperation initiative at the UN, is supporting over 66 projects in 51 countries. The Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program focuses on addressing the needs of 161 partner countries through innovative technological assistance. At COP26, Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced India's Panchamrit strategy with ambitious targets for climate action. Initiatives like the International Solar Alliance and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure reflects India's global leadership in ensuring affordable, reliable energy for all and protecting critical infrastructure for sustainable development. Holding true to its ancient philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. Innovative development solutions from across India are illuminating the path towards a just, equitable, and sustainable development for the region and the world.
We thank UN and India for making this video. It is my pleasure now to invite the permanent representative of India, Her Excellency Ms. Ruchira Kamboj, to present the opening remarks.
The Minister of External Affairs of India, Dr. Jaishankar, Honorable Ministers, the President of the General Assembly, the Deputy Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to welcome you to this special event where we celebrate 75 years of our independence, as well as honor our valued partnership with the United Nations. As all of you know, India was among the 50 founding members of the United Nations. The world has changed since then. Well, so has India. Our growth story needs no elaboration. Transformative changes are taking place in every sector in the India of today. We are proud of our traditions and confident of our future. Our development model can be encapsulated in 3 words: inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, you will perhaps agree with me that India's transformation cannot be separated from her external context. Our development, economic growth, and security are deeply interconnected to our relations with our partner countries. The reverse is also true. We strongly believe that global prosperity cannot be achieved unless it is shared. Our Prime Minister has said, when India grows, the world grows. Our motto, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, which reads as together for everyone's growth and with everyone's trust, is reflected in our global partnerships, especially with the South. This cooperation under the South-South Development Framework spans across almost every aspect of human endeavor: nutrition, health, education, water, housing, technology, and more. I promise you will hear more of this today. I will also say that India remains firmly committed to multilateralism. We truly believe that the world is one large family. India's commitment to multilateralism is also exemplified through our contribution across the three pillars of the United Nations Charter: peace and security, sustainable development, and human rights. As an elected member of the Security Council now, we continue to endeavor to be a voice of reason and understanding, a voice of the underrepresented developing world, and a bridge builder for narrowing divides and in fostering a consensus. We believe that the path to achieve sustainable peace and development is through multilateralism. I will close now, ladies and gentlemen, but not without saying how grateful we are that all of you made time for us today, despite your packed schedules. Thank you. Back to you, Sneha.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to now warmly welcome the President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Chaba Kuroshi, to address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ministers, Madam Deputy Secretary General, Ambassadors, dear friends, happy birthday, independent India. Happy 75th Diamond Jubilee, not to mention the preceding quite a few thousand years of civilization that gave so much to the humankind and keeps inspiring us until today. I sincerely commend the 1.3 billion Indians for the progress that has been made just a 3 generations time. But I also commend them for their role in creating a better, brighter, and more sustainable world. Home to 1/6 of humanity, India's leadership on global challenges and her strong voice in multilateral affairs have been exemplary. Excellencies, dear friends, we have spent the past week unpacking many interlocking crises in the world faces. We are in the midst of hard and difficult times. The times of paradigm shift, because the transformation that we are all seeing have overstepped the limits of mere modification right now. So far, we have not been able to analyze all the symptoms of it, but we do already feel that the conditions of a global cooperation have changed. We have entered a new era, a new chapter of history. We live now in a new world, a world of changing challenges, changing roles, and changing ways. One thing is sure, the sustainable development goals will stay very high on our common agenda. My aim is to move forward with them, to forge successful partnerships, to build bridges between siloed scientific and development agendas, to form new education systems which merge technology with traditional knowledge, to shape new economic models, to reap the benefits of these development agendas. Dear friends, India was one of the first member states to embrace UN global goals. And since then, it has worked through its flagship programs at the local, subnational, and national levels to implement the SDGs. India is leading in the field of digital public infrastructure. From building innovative governance systems to citizens-oriented services, the international community has much to learn from you. The partnership between India and the United Nations to accelerate the sustainable development, including in the remotest villages, is very inspiring. This partnership model can be adapted to be applied in other countries facing similar challenges. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, science and technology are key to transformation. They are pillar principles of my presidency as well. The 77th year of the GA is a time to foster truly sustainable relationship between high-tech and traditional forms of knowledge. Transparent scientific indicators and partnerships between governments and science networks are vital to sustainable development. Sustainable solutions grounded in science with solidarity at their core, it is my motto. Dear colleagues, my hope for the 77th session is to be, in many ways, instrumental in shaping our future, not less than shaping our future. Significant events scheduled on the UN Sustainable Development Calendar will take place throughout this year. The upcoming SDG Summit will be one of the most pivotal events. It will be the occasion to assess and discuss our progress, or sadly, lack of progress, on the development goals. More importantly, however, it will be an opportunity to look for solutions to implement the change we want to see by 2030. The high-level meeting on financing for development will be a time to reflect on our economic approaches towards sustainability and development. In our discussions, I challenge ourselves to rethink how we interpret growth. I should be anchored in solidarity and joint interest rather than extraction, profit, and selfishness. We have to find the best method of harness the initiatives of civil society, the voices of youth, and the support of the private sector. My presidency aims to help bridge the divide between the global north and global south, because true transformation will require true cooperation. I'm sure that today's discussions on India's partnership in different sectors and the exchange of experience will be very useful and very lessonful to all of us. Once again, I congratulate India on Azadi Ka Amrit, her Diamond Jubilee, and I thank you.
I thank the President of the General Assembly for his valuable remarks. It is my honor now to invite the External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. S. Jaishankar, to deliver the address.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Your presence is appreciated, especially at this time of the morning. This year, India turns 75, and we have a story to tell. In the 18th century, India accounted for about a quarter of the global GDP. By the middle of the 20th, colonialism ensured that we were one of the poorest nations of the world. That was our state when we became a founding member of the United Nations. But in the 75th year of its independence, India stands before you proudly as the 5th biggest economy of the world and still rising, as the strongest, most enthusiastic, and definitely the most argumentative democracy, Our development rests on an expansive digital public infrastructure designed to promote that no one is left behind. In recent days, digital technology has successfully advanced our food safety net to 800 million Indians. More than $300 billion of benefits have been distributed digitally. 400 million people get food regularly, and we have administered over 2 billion vaccinations. And the secret of that is indeed digital. India today envisions itself as a developed country by 2047, 100 years of our independence. We dream of digitizing our most remote villages and landing on the moon, perhaps even digitizing it. Friends, our foundational belief is that India's own development is inseparable from that of the rest of the world. Without doubt, our progress and growth has also benefited from our interface with the United Nations and its agencies. India, as you all know, was a founding member of the UN. And as we mark 75 years of freedom, we also celebrate 75 years of our partnership with the UN. The India-UN Development Partnership Fund is particularly symbolic of this relationship because it is the first ever single country South-South initiative at the UN. It currently extends to 66 development projects in 51 countries. Today, you will hear some of these stories from our colleagues. Our multifaceted partnership with the UN is significantly reflected in the area of peacekeeping. We have contributed over the years more than 250,000 personnel to this effort, more than any other country. But it would be best if you heard that from others about the difference that we have made to peacekeeping. India has also enabled two major initiatives for global climate action. The first is the International Solar Alliance, which India pioneered with France in 2015 on the sidelines of COP21. Today, it has over 100 members. The second is the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, in which India is the founder member. At the COP26 last year, we helped to launch further initiatives under these two platforms, like the One Sun, One World, One Grid, Green Grids Initiative, and the Infrastructure for Resilient Island States Initiative. Excellencies, the COVID pandemic is an unprecedented global crisis. When needed, we responded first with vaccines for our friends in Africa, the Caribbean, Latin America, and our own neighborhood. I'm delighted that there will be others who will share their perspective on this subject. The conflict in Ukraine has aggravated food and energy inflation to make it one of the biggest challenges of our times. India has responded by supplying food grains, including as grant assistance in recent years to Afghanistan, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Yemen, and several countries in Africa. It is important that we hear from those who have joined us today on the criticality of food security. Friends, we believe that development is a public good. Open sourcing is the best way forward. India believes that UN can be an even bigger force multiplier in advancing SDGs by pooling global knowledge. So let me conclude by reiterating that India stands committed, it stands ready to strengthen its partnerships with the United Nations, to ensure a brighter future for the planet. We have full faith in the principles of the United Nations, in its charter, and in our belief in reformed multilateralism as key to shared goals of the world. The world, in our view, is one family. Your presence today reaffirms that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your address. I would like to invite now the UN Deputy Secretary General, Her Excellency Ms. Amina Mohammed, to read out the message from UN Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, our External Affairs Minister from India, our President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank our permanent representative for organizing the India-UN SDG Partnership High-Level event, and I'm now pleased to read the message on behalf of the Secretary General. Over the last 75 years, India has achieved remarkable progress in equitable and sustainable development, lifting over 270 million people out of extreme poverty and rising to become the world's fifth largest economy. All sectors of society have been positively impacted. First, in health. Since 1951, life expectancy has risen from 32 to 69.7 today, and polio was eradicated. Second, education. The number of universities has grown from 20 at independence to over 1,000 today. The literacy rate has also risen from 18.3% in 1951 to 74% in 2011. Third, food security. In the last 30 years, India transitioned from being a food deficit nation to a self-sufficient food-producing country. Fourth, on poverty. The number of multidimensional poor was reduced by half in the last 10 years. And fifth, in climate change, India currently has one of the largest installed solar capacities in the world. Looking ahead, India, home to the largest youth generation in history, will be decisive in the success of the Sustainable Development Goals. And reiterating Prime Minister Modi, as you reform, the world transforms. We're fast approaching the midpoint of the time available to reach the SDGs, yet we must be honest that our assessment progress is in peril. Even the most fundamental goals on poverty, hunger, and education are going in reverse, and we can see consequences everywhere, from the escalating climate chaos and humanitarian emergencies to rising inequalities and injustices. So we must change course, and we can. The 2030 Agenda for Development remains our compass to guide us to a more peaceful and prosperous future that leaves no one behind. But we need to act together in solidarity with greater ambition, urgency, and we need to act in partnership across government, civil society, the private sector, and from the global to the local levels. Rooted in a shared belief in multilateral solutions, the India-UN SDG partnership is a powerful example of cooperation that we can move forward. As India assumes the presidency of the G20, we count on you to mobilize credible actions to deliver on the 2030 Agenda, Addis Ababa Agreement, and the Paris Agreement. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to a better world for all. That ends the SG's message, so while I've got the podium, on a personal note, India has inspired with its diverse society, energized by its youthful population, its strong democracy, and I must say, seeing firsthand women in peacekeeping. The huge and growing potential to transform the world, the scale and pace of growth charts a path for others to follow. India's partnerships in business with women, the GDP and the creativity industry brings to life the reality of our SDGs in everyone's lives. Transformations in food systems, sustainable energy, connectivity, and health are going to be key opportunities for deepening the partnership. The current crises we have, be it the recovery from COVID or the climate crisis or the impacts from the Ukraine war, what we have is never been more endowed and able to face those crises together. And the UN development system looks forward not only to deepening the activities with the SDG Fund, but also to accompany you on 2030 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Secretary General, for your remarks. And we also extend, of course, our gratitude to UNSG for his support and kind words of encouragement. We do understand that some of our dignitaries have to leave now for attending other engagements. And of course, we thank the President of the General Assembly and the Deputy Secretary General for joining us today. I now request our UNDP Administrator, Mr. Achim Steiner, to present his remarks.
His Excellency Dr. S. Jaishankar, the Minister of External Affairs, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, allow me to begin for just 1 minute with a personal note, because I was looking at that number 75, and then I began calculating, because for more than half of India's post-independence life and freedom in shaping its own development pathways, I have had the privilege of actually being a student and a companion to it, because when I graduated in 1983, I got on a plane, flew all the way to New Delhi, took a train for 2 days to Tamil Nadu, to Tiruchirappalli, and began to wonder where I was going to end up, because I had chosen to do an apprenticeship with a local organization in a small village called Vidutalaipuram in Tamil Nadu. And as you spoke, Excellency, and you described that journey that India has taken, it, I think, has, as for so many of us who have worked in development, been continuously both a source of inspiration and also of orientation. Because as you said, where India began from, that journey after independence, where it had to not only choose a form of political dispensation, but also a development trajectory that from the beginning always had those that we in today's Agenda 2030 refer to as leave no one behind, were actually the focus of India's development efforts. Nothing in life is perfect. India's journey has also been one with many breakthroughs, sometimes setbacks. But I think if you just look at the extraordinary achievements that have been made, including, for instance, when just a few years ago, the research showed that between 2005 and 2015, India managed to lift over 270 million people out of poverty, over 250 million people. And that journey has continued, and I'm sure the numbers will continue to show that. The rise in per capita income between 1990 and 2021 of 268%. And life expectancy at birth having increased by 8.6 years between 1990 and 2021. These are numbers, but behind each of these numbers lie literally tens of millions of lives that have been changed by development choices and decisions that have been taken by leaders, but also by civil society, by the private sector, by entrepreneurs in India, which makes your journey such a platform for all of us to continuously observe and learn from it. The United Nations as a family has been a part of India's journey for decades. UNDP equally so, and we continue to be an extremely proud partner. And we do so particularly against the backdrop of what last week, so 10 days ago, when we launched the Human Development Report, was an acute reminder that development progress cannot only go in one direction. Yes, we've had some extraordinary decades, in fact, over 3 decades of development progress that have been remarkable. And the Human Development Index has, in a sense, tried to capture those also beyond GDP, and to look at education, at life expectancy, essentially at the quality of life for people. India's journey in that Human Development Index has also been remarkable and is reflected in it. And yet, as we meet here in September at this 77th session of the UN General Assembly, we're also looking for the first time in 30 years at 2 consecutive years of the Human Development Index declining. This has never happened before in 30 years. It is a reminder of quite how acute and how volatile our development progress as a human family is, but also as a community of nations. But as you said, Excellency, today, after a week of many sobering and, yes, sometimes tough moments in our international conversation and dialogue, let us also celebrate something which is that which brings us together, namely the 2030 Agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals, India's commitment as a nation that is not only investing in its own development, but also in the development of others. And I think we as UNDP have been very proud to have accompanied India on some of the great breakthroughs that you have brought both to your national development, but increasingly is also of direct relevance to other countries' decisions. Just a simple fact, real-time data to tackle poverty. It is so crucial if you really want to target and find those who are being left behind. The Aspirational Districts program, which I consider to be one of those very deliberate decisions to go and find those who have been left behind and then invest in their ability to change their future. The National SDG Index, the National Multidimensional Poverty Index, all of these parts of India's way of focusing on those who need help in order to be able to succeed. The whole digital frontier that you have been driving, not only through the Aadhaar program, but also by being a part of the Digital Public Goods Alliance, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, the International Solar Alliance, South-Southern Triangular Cooperation, the India-UN Partnership Development Fund, all of these tools that both have emanated from the needs of a country looking at its own development and then being able to also invest in the international community. I don't want to take more of your time, simply to say that as the United Nations Development Programme, we are proud to be working with so many Indian institutions, partners in government, but also in academia, in the civil society sector, the private sector, on maturing solutions that ultimately will not only benefit the citizens of India, but indeed the citizens of the world. And here I go beyond just looking at developing countries, because some of the innovations that you are helping to bring to the international community are sometimes as relevant to any citizen on this planet. International Solar Alliance just being one example. So as you also begin to focus on your G20 presidency, I hope that you can infuse into that vital forum, not a parallel universe, but a vital forum to let our international financial institutions, our international political institutions lead more effectively in times of crisis, that link between the 2030 Agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals, and our common fate. I wish you all the best, and particularly in this Diamond Jubilee year. Thank you so much.
I thank the UNDP administrator for a statement. We would now proceed to the next segment of the event. As underscored by the dignitaries, India's approach to the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals is based on strong understanding of the interdependence of the SDGs and participative collaboration. This collaboration is reflected in India's overall international development partnership that has expanded significantly in recent years, both in geographical reach as well as in areas of cooperation. Today, we have amongst us partner countries to share their developmental experiences with India, spanning various sectors, from pandemic management and health to climate action and food security. During the COVID-19 pandemic, India has reinforced its image as the pharmacy of the world. It is my privilege to invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Antigua and Barbuda, His Excellency Mr. Everly Paul Sheth Green, to talk on pandemic management.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Chair. His Excellency, Dr. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister of India, colleague foreign ministers, other UN high officials, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps I should start where the last speaker ended, by extending happy birthday to India. It's indeed an honor this morning for me and a privilege to speak at this very important engagement designed to recognize 75 years of India's participation and partnership with the United Nations and to brainstorm on a framework to ensure the effective management of COVID-19 beyond 2022. Again, I take the opportunity to extend congratulations to India as it continues to commemorate 75 years of hard work, determination, and desire to grow the social and economic well-being of its citizens. As a founding member of this august body, designed to achieve international cooperation and to solve economic, social, and humanitarian problems, India continues today to demonstrate its support to the principles enshrined in the UN Charter through active support and involvement. As a country, India has become a great example of a very impressive social and economic growth story. It's gained successes from agriculture production to nuclear and space technology, from affordable healthcare to world-class educational institutions, biotechnology, giant steel plants, and information technology power. India's response to Antigua and Barbuda to the Caribbean following the onset of COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 and 2021 is testimony to the significance of President Modi's call for what he termed One Earth, One Health. That call represents a call for global solidarity and alliance building to manage a pandemic for the future survival of all citizens. Like a hurricane, the coronavirus pandemic swept across the globe, claiming lives and battering economies. The economic fallout from the pandemic has left long-term scars amongst the most vulnerable segments of our societies. Many have had to contend with the loss of employment prospects and a reduction in the standards of living. Like most countries, our resilience was tested in ways we could never imagine. And while the call for enhanced cooperation may sound like a lofty foreign policy goal or diplomatic rhetoric, the crisis revealed just how much we need cooperation to protect our citizens, our countries, and our world. During the pandemic, we witnessed the best of generosity and cooperation, namely South-South cooperation. India, through its international cooperation initiatives, was the very first country to provide Antigua and Barbuda with much-needed vaccines. Additionally, through the UN partnership agencies, we also received ventilators and other medical equipment and materials that serve to save the lives of many Antiguans and Barbudans. The COVID-19 Vaccines Global Access COVAX facility provided much-needed access to vaccines that further enhanced my country's ability to be the first Caribbean country to achieve the WHO target of vaccinating 70% of our population. There is no doubt that the contributions of developing countries and developed states to the UN systems, WHO, PAHO, and regional institutions like CARICOM and the Caribbean Public Health Agency must be commended for helping Antigua and Barbuda and the rest of the Caribbean to be safe spaces for citizens and visitors alike. The epidemiology of SARS infection, according to WHO, continues to be unpredictable as the virus evolves. It is therefore critical for the nations of the world to continue our public health efforts to promote the use of vaccines as the most effective and efficacious way to prevent severe illness, hospitalization, and death. The continued implementation of public health social measures designed to reduce transmission will be an important approach for global community to embrace going forward. The need for continued cooperation to the work of the WHO and regional bodies like CARICOM and the respective regional UN agencies will certainly help to ensure the dissemination of credible, accurate, and reliable preventative measures. The continued building of capacity among developing countries to produce and distribute vaccines will certainly strengthen and enhance our effort to effectively manage the pandemic. In closing, and in saying thanks, the world today joins in saying happy birthday to India and thanks for your global contributions to humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Hugh Hilton Todd, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Guyana. Over to you, sir.
Foreign Minister and colleague of India, other colleague foreign ministers within CARICOM and beyond, ambassadors, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Guyana's story is very simple. We live in a globalized world, hyperglobalization, where politics and economics have globalized the world, driven by technology and migration. When we assess India's development post-independence, we can see that India has been fit for purpose at every stage of its development. In some cases, outstripping the multilateral institutions in terms of its commitment and its understanding of a rules-based system. Small countries like Guyana would have benefited immensely from India's growth trajectory, because India has always been an economy that focused on human development, putting human ahead of any other form of development. And that has been very, very commendable. And we in Guyana celebrate with India. And Excellency, you know that in Guyana, if you come to Guyana, you'll find that the Indian culture, in some cases, has not changed since the indentured laborers came in the 19th century. So you can still see some of the Indian culture preserved, which is astounding. And you can cross-reference that with the High Commission in Guyana, Srinivasa right now, who's having a sterling good time getting immersed in the Indian culture during the celebrations. And we find that very, very exciting. But more importantly, when we were faced with the COVID pandemic, it was a time of unknown for politicians across the globe. And I can recall us having meetings with the Minister of Health, and he would often refer to literature coming out of India. And I can see people thinking, well, what are we doing? And he was very focused. I myself began reading literature coming out of India in terms of their advancement. And I must commend India and the government for the transparency within which they operated in terms of bringing the message of their progress to the rest of the world. And we were very sure and certain that we were going to take vaccines coming out of India, AstraZeneca. We were very gung-ho on that. And we made that decision very early. And when you look at the commitment that India would have made to the rest of the world, in the case of Guyana, and the attention to detail that the office representing the government of India in Guyana, the High Commissioner and the High Commissioner and staff, warm, friendly, provided hope for the people of Guyana. And the delivery was made good. The promise was made good. And it is very touching because this is a country that is not just the fifth largest economy in the world, but is the largest economy in terms of its heart, compassion, its humility, its respect for humanity, and putting lives ahead of profits. And that is what is important for us as a global population. So when you look at the multilateralism and why multilateralism was established was really to create peace, stability, and prosperity. And if you look at India's model, and by the way, India has to take care of 1.3 billion people in a democracy with smooth transitions. Can you imagine having to take care of 1.3 billion people and still having the time at the policy level to say, let us look to see what we can do for the rest of the world? When multilateral institutions should be doing that. So I will dare say that India is a multilateral institution in its own right. In its own right. When you think about their commitment to humanity and you think about their progress, and not only the promise, but the commitments that they make, they're all in line with a rules-based system. So the leadership that India is providing, the commitment to leaving no one behind, is aligned with all of the principles, global principles. So India, obviously, is providing leadership at a global governance level, and that is commendable for one country, 75 years old. Think about it. In our lifetime, we have industrialized economies that were never colonized, some who were colonized centuries old in terms of their post-independence, but you don't get the same attitude and commitment and conviction as you can get from India. And when you think about the pandemic and how India managed its public policy and health, it's astonishing. We borrowed from that, and we were able to also keep our economies going, to ensure that we provided hope, and obviously using a lot of the literature coming out of India because we don't have the capacity. So the donation of 500,000 vaccines to the Caribbean, of which Guyana got 80,000, it's 10% of our population. Maybe it may seem small in number, but it made a big impact in terms of our public health. So on behalf of His Excellency the President, Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali, and the people of Ghana, Excellency, I want to thank you and the government and people of India for your generosity and your commitment to service, not only to the people of India, but to humanity as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks, Mr. Minister. I now invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jamaica, Her Excellency Ms. Kamina Johnson-Smith.
Your Excellency, and indeed our good friend, Dr. Jaishankar, other colleague ministers, ambassadors, senior officials, and specially invited guests, good morning. It is an honor to join you this morning in acknowledgement of the remarkable contributions made by India as we reflect on its 75 years of independence and its founding membership of the United Nations. I feel especially privileged to be doing so because for 60 of these 75 years, Jamaica and India have enjoyed a deep and abiding friendship buttressed by the formal establishment of diplomatic relations in August 1962, the same month and year in which we gained our independence. We celebrate, together with all of you this morning, India's hallmarks of mutual respect, equality, and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexisting between individuals and countries. Over the 7.5 decades since its independence, India has been guided by these principles in navigating global challenges. The cascading and interlocking challenges we face today are being exacerbated by or have their genesis in the COVID-19 pandemic. Jamaica, nor any of us indeed, Jamaica was not spared from the fallout, including a drastic decline in the tourism industry and in overall economic activity, as well as increased unemployment and, of course, myriad social consequences. Not least was the pressure on our healthcare system. Thankfully, we have made significant progress through programs implemented by the government as well as through the unwavering support of partners at the bilateral, regional, and multilateral levels. From the very outset, the Republic of India was a reliable partner and friend whose assistance was critical to our pandemic response. Despite its own challenges and responsibilities, as just elucidated by our colleague Hugh, enabled by its advanced pharmaceutical capacity, India embraced a holistic and outward-looking vaccine diplomacy strategy. As a result, Jamaica was able to secure its first life-saving vaccines from India. While others chose to withhold supplies, India's vaccine outreach exemplified its principles of equality and mutual benefit. We are deeply grateful and remain so to the government and people of India, led by His Excellency Sri Narendra Modi and indeed our friend Dr. Jaishankar. Jamaica's vaccination program effectively got off the ground with the receipt from India of 50,000 doses of Covishield vaccines on March 10, 2021. Were it not for India's uncompromised willingness to respond to our urgent need, our progress in these initial phases would not have been possible, quite simply. I've never felt as impotent as a foreign minister as those days when seeking vaccines. And when we spoke, Minister, I recall the sense of hope which existed and which I was able to convey to my cabinet. We will never forget. India also donated a wide range of medicines and supplies towards Jamaica's COVID response. Jamaica is pleased that other brother and sister countries within CARICOM also benefited similarly from the generosity of the government and people of India. In fact, India is to be lauded for supplying over 240 million doses of vaccines to over 100 countries and for completing almost 2 billion vaccine doses. I'm also reminded that India was the first country to donate vaccines in early 2021 to protect the UN Blue Helmets. Excellencies, as we strive to make pandemic management more efficient and to build future capacity for what may come, I am pleased that India has offered to make its winning against COVID-19 platform available to interested countries. There is the potential to benefit from India's innovative approach to standardize, schedule, track, trace, and validate vaccinations. For our part, we have developed a platform to digitize our vaccine certificates. And like you, we believe there's always scope for us to all share best practices and lessons learned. It's important that we build on these experiences and maximize them for the greater good. It is indeed encouraging that India has also not forgotten the cross-cutting issue of development cooperation, which impacts climate resilience and developmental goals of many countries as we seek to attain the SDGs. Jamaica will now start its first Sustainable Economic Recovery project supported by the Government of India through the very UN Partnership Development Fund mentioned earlier, wherein the people of a rural community in our most populated parish will benefit from cross-cutting developmental assistance to the tune of $1 million. The International Solar Alliance, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, the IRIS program, Infrastructure for Resilient Island States initiatives, the International Development Assistance Scheme, and of course, the almost 60-year-old ITEC program continue to radiate strong rays of South-South cooperation optimism to Jamaica and many of our countries, supporting in practical ways our road to 2030. India truly reinforces the principles of multilateralism as reflected in the Charter to pursue international cooperation in providing solutions to international problems. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Jamaica remains sincerely appreciative of the instrumental role played by India in assisting us in managing the COVID-19 pandemic. We actually carry vaccine matry within us, and we will therefore never forget this time of friendship during this time of crisis. Minister Jaishankar, your country can be justifiably proud of its achievements over so many years of cooperation with the international community. Please accept my best wishes and indeed the wishes of our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, and the people of Jamaica as we extend best wishes to India as you continue to inspire hope and benefit humanity. I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to another critical area of cooperation, water. Allow me to invite Her Excellency, Ms. Liberata Mulamula, Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation of Tanzania.
Your Excellency and dear colleague, the Minister for External Affairs, Dr. Jaishankar, Your Excellency, the Administrator of UNDP, Akim Steiner, Excellencies, Foreign Ministers of different countries here present, ambassadors, dear friends and colleagues, good morning to you all. I greet you in the name of the United Republic of Tanzania. As we say in Swahili, na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Asante sana. I also bring women power in the room. Good morning. I thank you, Honorable Minister Jaishankar, for inviting me to participate in celebrating your 75th anniversary of India's independence. I'm excited, as you can see, to be among the friends of India. When I received your invitation, Your Excellency, I did not hesitate to say yes. I said yes because Tanzanians value our excellent bilateral relations. We have come a long way. I also thought I would miss this occasion because I was supposed to celebrate this Independence Day in Tanzania. But thank you for organizing this in the margins of our Unga. Excellency, let me say, as I join you in celebrating India's economic milestones and progress, let me say, Badayan, congratulations. Before I continue, let me also extend fraternal greetings from My Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and from the people of Tanzania, to our sister, Her Excellency Drupadi Murmu, President of the Republic of India, and of course the friendly people of India as you celebrate your 75th anniversary of the Republic of India. I was so delighted during the funeral of Her Majesty the Queen. The two leaders, women leaders, were captured. It was my president and your president, Excellency Drup Murmu. As I said, we bring power to the room. Excellencies, Tanzania and India enjoy more than 60 years of cordial relations and cooperation built by our founding fathers of our two nations, the late Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, and of course the Mahatma Gandhi. Our two countries have been, of course, initiated a number of economic reforms and progress alongside the international political and economic relations. We have developed our international business linkages and inward foreign investment. But let me say, our countries seem to agree on everything. We see eye to eye on many issues. We share the commitment to anti-colonialism, non-alignment, as well as we have been promoting our South-South cooperation, international fora, and now we share a lot on issues in combating climate change, SDGs, supporting refugees, Of course, you have been supporting us during this pandemic. And of course, we work hand in hand in maintaining global peace. We participate together in various peacekeeping operations around the world. But at the national level, at the bilateral level, we are gratified that India is among the largest trading partner of our country, accounting for 16% of Tanzania's foreign trade, and India is the country's third largest investor in Tanzania. Looking ahead, I'm confident our partnership will continue to grow to greater heights. Now, let me speak to what I've been asked to speak about. And this is water and the health sector. As they say, water is life. So as I mentioned, we have had excellent cooperation in this sector. Water and health is a model of South-South cooperation. Our cooperation in these two sectors contributes to our efforts to achieve two major and key sustainable development goals. Goal 3, I don't know if you can locate it there, it's about health and well-being. And goal 6, which is about clean water and sanitation. It also contributes, of course, to our implementation, to the implementation of our Vision 2025. On water management, our partnership, Excellency, as you know, is through the Indian line of credit. We call it LOC, which improves water supply and sanitation for many Tanzanians. This new approach addresses a root problem, which we appreciate. Of course, in the interest of time, I cannot go through all the major projects that have been financed. We have projects that range from $178 million, which we expected by end of the year will be able to be delivered. We have even projects extending the Lake Victoria. We have had this Lake Victoria, and it is named after Queen Victoria, but we had not made use of it. But India came out with the Lake Victoria pipeline, linking major cities and regions in Tanzania. Recently, we have signed an agreement to construct $500 million worth of water supply system in 28 Tanzanian towns, and implementation is about to start. Now, in the health sector, our cooperation is very strong, and I can give examples, few from 2011 to 2022. Our Ministry of Health signed 6 memorandum of understandings with hospitals and health institutions in India on improved patient treatment, exchange programs for in-service training, attachment and research, care for disabled people, and modern artificial limbs. I know we are limited to time, I can go on and on, but Excellencies, allow me just to recall what our head of delegation said when he addressed the General Assembly 2 days ago. In his speech, he said, the key lessons we have learned from COVID-19 pandemic is that the world needs better national and global health system to handle future pandemics in cooperation with each and everyone. So I therefore conclude by thanking India once again for contributing to our preparedness for the pandemic, especially investing more in building health infrastructure and beefing up the health workforce, as well as enhancing our national capacity to manufacture drugs, supply of vaccines, and medical equipment. Let me end here by thanking you, and let me say namaste. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for bringing more energy into this room. An important aspect of India's leadership in climate action is converting domestic action into international collaboration. To elaborate on this, I now invite Minister of Foreign Affairs of Maldives, His Excellency, Mr. Abdullah Shahid.
His Excellency Dr. Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs of India, dear colleague foreign ministers, ambassadors, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, I warmly extend the Maldives' congratulations to India on their 75th anniversary of independence and its productive partnership with the United Nations. Sanयुक्त राष्ट्र के साथ साझेदारी पर भारत को बधाई. This partnership's success testifies to the priority India gives to meeting the 2030 agenda, commitment to positively engaging with the international multilateral system. The Maldives counts on the leadership of India at the multilateral fora to advance progress in important spheres. From our national experience, India has been a valuable partner in helping meet challenges from disaster relief to addressing the pandemic and accessing vaccines to economic development and recovery. We note that even during the most difficult days of the pandemic, despite their own challenges, India made a remarkable effort to help the Maldives and much of the global south, as we have heard this morning repeatedly. We especially appreciate their support in the sphere of climate change, especially in adaptation. Currently, India has partnered with Maldives in establishing safe and secure water and sewerage facilities across 34 islands. This is to counter the climate change-induced water shortages evident across the Maldives every year. These efforts have benefited us immensely at the national level. Excellencies, Maldives remains inspired by the leaps and bounds made by India in the multilateral sphere over the past 7 decades. On the climate front, the International Solar Alliance, spearheaded by India, has garnered the support of 121 countries. During the 76th session, the alliance gained observer status in the General Assembly at a meeting I had the privilege of presiding. We note that this further strengthened its ability to contribute to work for efficient consumption of solar energy to reduce dependence on fossil fuel. As a country that is committed to reducing carbon emissions at the national level and to becoming a net zero country by 2030, we applaud these advances. We express our hope that other countries will emulate the examples and make investments into climate-friendly technologies. Another initiative I would like to highlight is the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, launched by Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the 2019 UN Climate Action Summit. Designed as a partnership between countries, UN agencies, multilateral development banks, the private sector, and academic institutions, it aims to promote disaster-resilient infrastructure. As a climate-vulnerable country that is vulnerable to external shocks, the Maldives welcomes researching, investing, and designing resilient infrastructure. India's actions throughout have demonstrated its solidarity with the global south. As we move into COP27 and beyond, I'm confident that we can count on India's support in rallying financing, technical know-how, and support for the cause of all developing countries and vulnerable countries such as small island developing states. Excellencies, dear friends, the Maldives applauds the strides that India continues to make in the multilateral sphere and will continue to work alongside our neighbor, our close partner, and our best friend to solve the challenges that face humanity. Azadi Kam Amrit Mahotsava. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We would now like to play a video message from the Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of France, Her Excellency Ms. Catherine Colonna, also underlining climate partnership.
Dear Minister Jaishankar, dear colleagues and friends, I had to fly back to Paris yesterday, but I really wanted to say a few words. Since its launch in 2018 by Prime Minister Modi and President Macron, France has been very proud to co-chair the International Solar Alliance with India. We've come a long way in a very short time. 107 states have already signed the framework agreement, and 87 have ratified it. Our Solar Alliance is active on the ground and expands its programs worldwide. Last week in India, together with Dr. Jaishankar, we announced that 3 more countries will benefit from it: Bhutan, Papua New Guinea, and Senegal. Our efforts with India are not restricted to solar energy, of course. We share the same conviction that reassessing our ways of living is paramount to reach the goals we collectively set since the Paris Conference in 2015. This is why I'm convinced that the LIFE initiative proposed by Prime Minister Modi could be a game changer. We look forward to working with India to make it one more success in the perspective of the Indian presidency at the G20 next year. On this note, I thank you all for your commitment and thank Dr. Jaishankar for giving me the opportunity to deliver this message. Thank you.
We thank the French Foreign Minister for her message. We have heard several times today of the India UNDP, UN Development Partnership Fund. I would like to now welcome His Excellency Dr. Mamadou Tangara, Foreign Minister of the Gambia, to share his views on how this is directly impacting the lives of communities.
Your Excellency Dr. Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs of India, dear colleagues here present, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm grateful for the invitation to attend this auspicious occasion on the celebration of India's 75th independence anniversary, as well as the historical friendship and partnership that our two countries continue to enjoy. This has been a remarkable journey of resilience, global solidarity, development, and success. This independence celebration of India brings joyful memories of our historic friendship and a renewed devotion to the further strengthening of our long-standing relations founded on compassion, solidarity, respect, and mutual prosperity. Over the past decades, the substance of our bilateral ties have been characterized by the exchanges of educational, political, social, and economic partnership between our two governments. As a strategic development partner, the government of India is assured of our strong support and true friendship for the advancement of our two countries. This friendship is anchored on shared values that encourage our unwavering commitment to nurturing mutual growth with a view to strengthening relations and deepening cooperation. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the strong bilateral relations enjoyed by our two countries is further boosted by India's catalytic role in fostering South-South cooperation across the developing world. India's contribution in this regard further strengthened the push for the attainment of the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. India's unique and historic role in championing attainment of global development goals, including the SDGs, has revitalized hope among members of the Group of 77 and China and the Group of Least Developing Countries. It is for this renewed hope that the government of the Gambia is on the verge of launching its new Green Recovery-focused National Development Plan, aimed at recovering from the devastating circumstances imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic and the global economic downturn. To achieve this ambitious national development plan, The Gambia will require solid international cooperation and genuine partnerships in order to attain the goals of the Agenda 2030 SDGs goal. As a beneficiary of the India UN Development Partnership Fund, we are pleased to see India's rekindle on sovereign commitment to nurturing the partnership, a partnership that continues to provide sustainable development within the framework of South-South cooperation. Through the partnership projects, the National Disaster Management Agency of the Gambia was able to access $1.2 million through India's UN Partnership Office for its use of drones and early warning system of pre- and post-flood disaster management. The project is contributing to poverty alleviation by increasing flood resilience through the establishment of a people-centered early warning system. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Gambia continues to face capacity gaps in early warning system to be better prepared for the reduction of the impact of these climate change hazards. We commend the government of India for its generosity in placing such a useful facility at the disposal of countries from the developing South. It could be recalled that since its inception, the fund has created a great window of opportunity benefiting 37 countries in areas geared towards achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Undoubtedly, the complementarity and practical nature of the fund makes it an exemplary model for fostering South-South partnership. The successful implementation of the fund's project in the Gambia will ensure our national preparedness to mitigate and avoid flood disasters. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, India has contributed significantly to the Gambia's infrastructural development through various concessional lines of credit and other development funding worth millions of dollars. India's support has also contributed immensely to meeting the capacity development and manpower needs of the Gambia through scholarships and training programs. We are truly grateful for your friendship and true partnership. We will continue to explore with you new ways of development cooperation with a view to achieving the goals of our National Development Plan. I am pleased to once again convey the appreciation of the government and people of the Gambia for the invaluable friendship and partnership we have fostered and nurtured over the years. We look forward to renewed commitments and engagements for the advancement of our peoples. Happy Independence Anniversary. Shukriya.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would like to now invite the PR of Timor-Leste to read out a message by the Foreign Minister, Her Excellency Ms. Adaljaisa Albertina Xavier Reis Magna.
Honorable Minister Dr. Jaishankar, I would like to thank India Permanent Representative to convey this showcase partnership. On behalf of my Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation and Government of Timor-Leste, it's my great honor to have the opportunity to participate this showcase in India-UN partnership in action. The fund is absolutely effective on supporting people in least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states, intending to help those left farthest behind and to reach them first. Timor-Leste is one of the beneficiaries of the partnership between India and UN. In 2019, the enclave of courtsey, the special economic zone of Timor-Leste social market, was selected for the project of ITC through the UNDP and it was concluded in 2021. The general objective is to improve primary and secondary education by providing children and young people in Ekusi with ICT skills and knowledge. Timor-Leste is grateful and appreciates for the project with the leveraging ICT to improving education and skills in Timor-Leste. The budget allocated for this project was around $1 million through UNDP. The project was successfully concluded and benefited thousands of the students in Ekusi. Besides this project, in early this year, the Indian government also donated 50,000 tons of rice to the civil protection of Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste is convinced that this project will strengthen the South-South cooperation and at the same time support South-owned and led, demand-driving and transformational sustainable development project across the world. To conclude, we would like to reiterate our sincere gratitude for project implementation in Ekusi and vision that this initiative will be extended to other regions in Timor-Leste and be multiplied across the globe. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador. India has a long and distinguished history of being associated with UN peacekeeping, and I now welcome His Excellency, Mr. Ioannis Kasouliadis, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Cyprus, to share his views on cooperation in this area.
Your Excellency, the Minister of External Affairs of India, dear friend, Dr. Jaishankar, Your Excellencies, colleagues, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, other officials, and ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be here today to celebrate such a significant milestone for a country with which we share deep-rooted bonds of friendship, a parallel history, and whose continuous and unwavering solidarity has always been greatly appreciated. I would like to express my heartfelt congratulations on the 75th anniversary of your independence. When Secretary General Perez de Cuellar accepted the Nobel Prize for Peace in December 1988 on behalf of the UN's peacekeeping missions, he stated that the peacekeeping operations symbolize the world community's will to peace and represent the impartial, practical expression of that will. He called peacekeepers the servants of peace. Given that peacekeeping introduced the principles of nonviolence to the realm of conflict and tensions, and military forces were deployed to prevent war rather than instigate it. The use of this term is very pertinent. India's involvement in US peacekeeping operations has been recognized by all of us. India has been one of the countries which has contributed the most servants of peace. Since 1948, more than 250,000 Indian citizens have served in 49 UN peacekeeping missions. Today, more than 6,700 troops from India are deployed in missions worldwide. It is a unique combination of being the world's largest democracy, coupled with its strong tradition of respect to the rule of law has rendered India a very significant addition to any peacekeeping effort. This has been evident since its very first participation in the UN peacekeeping operation in Korea in the 1950s. During that period, India's mediatory role led to the signing of the armistice that ended the Korean War. India's democratic disposition became even more apparent in 2007, when it became the first country to send an all-female contingent to UN peacekeeping mission. Moreover, India has also the first country to contribute to the trust fund set up in 2016 on sexual exploitation and abuse in peacekeeping missions. As Cypriots, we have been fortunate to have 3 Indian UN peacekeeping mission in Cyprus during the period of 1964 to 1976. That was very crucial and very difficult for our country. General Gianni, General Timaya, and General Devan Prem Chand, whose tireless efforts during the Turkish invasion to protect civilians, ensure the evacuation of foreign diplomatic staff, and safeguard the airport in Nicosia will never be forgotten. General Timaya died in the line of duty from natural causes in Cyprus, and his name is given to one of the biggest avenues in Larnaca. Ladies and gentlemen, it was Mahatma Gandhi who said that nonviolence is the greatest force at the disposal of mankind. If we take this as a given, then UN peacekeeping operations and the individuals who are deployed in them become important vessels in the establishment and enforcement of international law and justice. I believe I speak on behalf of everyone who, when I express our sincere gratitude to all troop contributing countries and to every individual member of these peacekeeping missions whose sacrifices are making our world a more humane place. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. An area where India has collaborated with partner countries during challenging times is food security. Please welcome His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Awad bin Mubarak, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates Affairs of Yemen, to share his insights on this.
Dr. Jaishankar, Minister of Foreign Affairs of India, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me at the outset to congratulate India on its 75th independence anniversary and extend my sincere thanks to the government of India and my dear friend for hosting this timely and important event. I cannot speak without mentioning that I born and raised up in Aden, which is a city has a very special relationship with India. You cannot find in this city a single corner that doesn't have any of the Indian symbols. In my neighborhood, always, when I saw the Indian temple, that reminded me with the very special relationship that we have, and how most of the citizens in this city, whom many of them have Indian roots, live together with the rest of the citizen and enjoyed a long term of very special relationship. And today, interconnected world, humanity faces many challenges and problems that cannot be faced alone. Rather, we must unite to come up with pioneering partnership and innovative solution to overcome difficulties and achieve the sustainable development goals and targets. The Indian partnership with the United Nations, in addition to the many cooperation programs and technical support to the developing countries, which embody the optimal form of South-South cooperation, give us the best example on the successful partnership required to achieve the SDG. Now, let me talk about my beloved country, Yemen, focusing on food security issue. I am certain that most of you, if not all, you are aware about the current situation in Yemen. The statistics and figures about Yemen echo in almost every relevant UN report or event. Thus, I will not go into details on statistics or indicators, and I would rather try to focus and highlight the food insecurity crisis in Yemen. And the ongoing conflict is certainly the most common explanation for it is the food insecurity and looming famine. Though a closer look at the situation in Yemen reveals that there are various underlying drivers at play that have exacerbated the humanitarian crisis and prolonged the conflict in Yemen. Chief of those, or among us, those restrictions, among us, those problems are the restrictions on humanitarian access in the Houthis control area, are depriving the most vulnerable groups of receiving life-saving assistance. The Houthis have, as you know, all have a particular trouble record of obstructing aid agencies from reaching civilian in need. But also, Yemen used to heavily depend on the grain import from Ukraine. The conflict in Ukraine has given and raised to additional disorder to the planting, harvesting, transport, and export of major agriculture commodities from the Black Sea region, as well as the prices goes up and the access to the essential input like fuel, it became difficult. In addition to the heavy humanitarian toll, this conflict severely damaging the food security situation in all countries. And in this regard, I seize this opportunity to thank India, which has guaranteed Yemen in an exception form an exception from the new grain exporting measures, which shows a great example of Indian constructive role in restoring food availability, which will enable the Yemeni in need, the people in need to release their right to food, of which will help in turn in attending the SDGs. Yemen will be always grateful to India, which reflected the brotherly relationship that span the ages. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now invite the UN Resident Coordinator in India, Mr. Shombi Sharp, to say a few words.
Excellency, External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. Jaishankar, distinguished foreign ministers, ambassadors, UN colleagues, it's a great honor and pleasure to be here with you this morning on behalf of the United Nations team in India. Ye vivad bahat mehav purna hai. This is an incredibly important discussion. In the words of the Secretary General that we heard earlier this morning, in this time of crisis, partnership is needed more than ever. And in the 8 years left to achieve the SDGs, India is increasingly showing the way, as we have heard from a powerful array of speakers. With 1/6 of humanity, with the fastest growing large economy, with the world's largest most promising youth generation, and a leading voice for multilateralism and development for all. Vasudeva Kutumbakam, India has the potential to be a game changer for the Agenda 2030 at the global level. Not only was India one of the key shapers of the 2030 Agenda, but we are seeing an increasingly wide recognition of the Indian experience of SDG localization and achievement, leaving no one behind, driven by world-class public digital infrastructure. As the UN resident coordinator in India, I have a distinct privilege to travel across the country, village to village, state to state, and to see firsthand this innovative Indian development best practice emerging that is so valuable experience for other countries across the world. The famous phrase, as we often hear, incredible India, usually conjures up beautiful images of intangible cultural heritage, of natural beauty. But the incredible India that we're talking about here today refers to an incredible development journey. And the United Nations has been so honored to be a part of that journey. During the pandemic, we saw the power of India's digital health platform driving the world's largest vaccination program. And as we've already heard, and I, like many of you in the audience, was vaccinated due to that generosity in a country far from India's borders. We saw also the solidarity with the country through COVAX and even vaccinating so many of our UN peacekeepers across the world. And India has emerged as a leader in climate action and climate justice. The Panchamrit targets announced by the Prime Minister Modi at COP26 are ambitious in meeting energy requirements through renewables by 2030. While the Lifestyle for Environment LIFE initiative, also launched by the Prime Minister at this World Environment Day, seeks to transform consumption habits at the individual level globally. Colleagues, as we've heard here today, India has been a strong supporter of multilateral efforts to address climate change, to build resilience, including so many initiatives like the International Solar Alliance, bringing capital to development countries for a green future, and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI, and a range of development and humanitarian assistance initiatives through so many different South-South cooperation platforms, including the India-UN Development Partnership Fund that we have heard about. And of course, we must not forget that India has been the greatest contributor to UN peacekeeping troops since the very beginning. So to close, with India as a global partner, I am very confident that even in these incredibly challenging times, we can and we will have a path towards a green, sustainable, and equitable future. This is the spirit of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Bahut dhanyavad.
Thank you so much for your remarks. I now invite our prominent representative for presenting the closing remarks.
Thank you, Sneha. I have many people to thank, so kindly bear with me. I will begin by thanking our External Affairs Minister for gracing the occasion with his presence. Sir, your vision and direction continue to inspire us and guide our work here in New York. Thank you. I also thank the UN Secretary General for conveying his wishes through a written message. Our gratitude also extends to the President of the General Assembly, who, despite his responsibilities during a hectic General Assembly high-level week, made time for this event. I take this opportunity to reassure him of India's constructive contribution and engagement during UNGA 77. I'm also most grateful to the Deputy Secretary General for attending the event. We do look forward to working closely with her and her team in coming years towards fulfilling Agenda 2030. I would be failing in my duty if I did not thank the foreign ministers of all our partner countries who are here with us this morning. Excellencies, without your participation, this event would not have been complete. I reaffirm India's commitment to strengthen our partnerships, leading towards a prosperous future for our countries including through the India-UN Development Partnership Fund anchored in New York City. We are also much obliged to the UNDP administrator for his participation at the event. Our collaboration with the UNDP, which is a cornerstone of the India-UN partnership, has been growing in strength under his leadership, and we look forward to deepening it further. I would also like to acknowledge and deeply appreciate the participation of my fellow permanent representatives, senior representatives of the United Nations, members of the UN Secretariat, and the permanent missions to the UN, and friends from media and civil society. And I cannot miss our partner in crime, the UN Resident Coordinator of India, Shambi, and your team, who have worked very hard with us in mounting this event. Thank you. Lastly, I'm indebted to Team MEA, both here in the mission and in New Delhi, who were behind all the hard work in planning and executing this excellent event. Thank you very much to JSUNP Prakash, to JSUNE Srinivas, and of course, I cannot complete this without thanking young Amarnath from the Indian mission, who ensured that everything was just shipshape today. Thank you also to Sneha. Kudos to all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Both
abundant fruit. Trying to go up a fast-moving down escalator is a challenging exercise. Accordingly, I adopt and adapt the poetic words of the iconic Barbadian, Edward Kamau Brathwaite, from his Awakening, quote, "I will rise and stand on my feet. Ever so slowly, I will rise and stand on my feet. I am learning. Just let me succeed," unquote. Just let St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Caribbean, and other developing countries succeed. Mr. President, St. Vincent and the Grenadines expresses its profound gratitude for the regional, hemispheric, and international solidarity accorded it at its time of real peril, during and immediately after the series of volcanic eruptions last year. Within 24 hours of the first cataclysmic eruption, my dear friend, the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, telephoned me and placed the Secretariat and the UN specialized agencies at my country's disposal. The World Food Programme, UNICEF, UNEP were particularly heroic in their efforts, admirably coordinated by the United Nations Regional Office in the Eastern Caribbean. The World Bank was most helpful. So too were the Caribbean community and its affiliate institutions, the Community of States of Latin America and the Caribbean, and individual nations across the world. The outpouring of regional and international solidarity was impressive and deeply appreciated. Episodic support must, however, metamorphose into structured, ongoing solidarity if small island developing states are to survive and thrive in this increasingly hostile world in which the metaphoric elephants trample with very little regard for the proverbial ants who make up much of humanity and are vital to the well-being of our global civilization's landscape and seascape. The agenda for small island developing states is well known. Some major planks of it are concerted global action on climate change, inclusive of a sufficiency of resources for adaptation and mitigation, availability of optimal financing for development, including the rollout of a multi-dimensional vulnerability index and a compensation mechanism for loss and damage, and a special and meaningful carve-out for SIDS in international trading arrangements, the cessation of the unacceptable weaponizing of the financial system, an appropriate reformation of the United Nations to reflect the interests of SIDS, and efficacious implementation of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in relation to eliminating hunger, poverty, and inequality. Of especial concern, too, for our Caribbean is the urgent issue of reparations from the European states for their commission of native genocide and the enslavement of Africans that has caused painful legacies of underdevelopment. Time has surely now come for this issue to be addressed urgently. Reparations is a just and juridically grounded demand. It ought not to evoke confrontation from well-meaning peoples, but support. Mr. President, the continuing deteriorating situation in Haiti demands focused attention from the United Nations. The Caribbean Community CARICOM, to which Haiti belongs, is pained at Haiti's circumstances and the relative neglect by the international community of this nation of inestimable value. Together, we must do better with and for Haiti in concert with the Haitian people, based on their own homegrown solutions and led by them. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been actively engaged on this issue within both CARICOM and the United Nations. Haiti's 11 million people deserve better. Further, a safe and prosperous Haiti means a far more secure and peaceful Caribbean. In the Caribbean, beyond the Haitian issue, our national and regional efforts are stymied by the unfairness and relative unresponsiveness of the global political economy. Oftentimes, too, the unintended consequences of the actions by the centers of imperialism or hegemonic forces induce suffering or hold back our progress. For example, our Caribbean has had its correspondent banking arrangements compromised or withdrawn by the application of rules which our governments have had little or no role in making. Similarly, blacklists, and we heard the Bahamas this morning on that. Similarly, blacklists or sanctions are imposed or threatened by faceless bureaucrats in imperial centers for this or that matter, without any regard for multilateral rulemaking or settled international law. Meanwhile, interference in the internal affairs of our nations persists through external state agencies or private entities of imperialist or hegemonic centers bent on imposing their wills to their advantage. Oftentimes, their relentless misuse and abuse of the modern means of information technology, with falsehoods and misrepresentations galore, have the effect of polluting democratic discourse and undermining democracy itself. The United Nations must address this issue urgently. This United Nations, too, must reform itself to do its work better. In this regard, the reform of the Security Council ought not to be delayed any further. Many sensible ideas for reform are on the table. Let us get on with it and not make perfection the enemy of the good. The many-sided turmoil of today prompts me, Mr. President, to conclude with the probing insights of Guyana's poet laureate Martin Carter in his celebrated poem, Bitter Wood. Here be dragons and bitter cups made of wood, and the hooves of horses where they should not sound. Here is where I am, in a great geometry, between a raft of ants and the green sight of the freedom of a tree, made of that same bitter wood. Mr. President, in our final reflections at this General Assembly, Let us never forget that our work here is to improve peoples. To this mighty construct optimally a partnership between all nations, whatever our differences, to take care of yesterday's heritage, to accommodate and reasonably address today's interests, and to pursue effectively in peace and security tomorrow's hopes. Thank you.
От имени Ассамблеи хочу поблагодарить.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister for National Security, Legal Affairs, Public Administration, and Information. I ask protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Minister for Finance, Minister for National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management of Grenada, Dickon Mitchell. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Я с большим удовольствием.
I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Dickon Mitchell, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance and Minister for National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management of Grenada. I invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Kaba Kurosi, President of this 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State and of Government, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, please accept my warmest greetings and congratulations on your election to the presidency of this 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I commit my delegation's full support and cooperation in the fulfillment of your important duties. I also commend your predecessor, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid of the Maldives, for his able guidance of the last session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, I'm extremely honored to speak at this important global forum for the first time on behalf of the government and people of Grenada. Exactly 3 months ago today, the people of Grenada exercised their democratic right and voted for transformation in free and fair elections and a solid mandate at the polls. The Grenadian people placed their confidence in me to lead our country for the next 5 years. Mr. President, today I bring my transformational agenda to the United Nations General Assembly because although we are an island state, our world does not exist in isolation. Successful and sustainable transformation in Grenada is inevitably tethered to the sustainable forward movement of the global community. Mr. President, this noble institution is nearing its 80-year anniversary, a significant milestone that is worthy of distinct recognition. As my own country also draws near to a noteworthy milestone, that of 50 years as an independent state, it is an appropriate time to renew our commitment to the principles of the United Nations Charter and to international law. It is also a fitting time to review the achievements of the past decades and to proffer solutions to the challenges that have stymied progress. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic brought our world to a standstill without prejudice for the size and the economic might of nations. For a time, this disease was the great equalizer and forced us all to reevaluate our priorities and our approach to working together. Grenada notes with relief news from the World Health Organization that we might be finally entering the end phase of the pandemic. While we welcome the return to some semblance of normal, it is my sincere hope that the lessons learned from the pandemic will remain and we will not return to business as usual. Mr. President, the monumental challenges posed by the pandemic were unprecedented and seemingly insurmountable. Amid this worldwide disaster, however, our global community rallied and demonstrated what is possible when we resolve to work together towards a common goal. The pandemic taught us all the value of international cooperation, the timely exchange of information, and the sharing of resources critical to avoiding and mitigating similar global occurrences. Mr. President, it is imperative that the matter of climate change be escalated to this level of urgency amongst our community of nations. The devastating effects of global warming can already be felt all over the world, with higher temperatures worsening many types of disasters, including storms, heat waves, floods, and droughts. Our planet is undoubtedly in crisis, but as the ancient Chinese proverb reminds us, crisis is opportunity riding a dangerous wind. This window of opportunity is quickly closing, however, and we no longer have the luxury to kick these issues down the road. We are now faced with the reality that tomorrow is today. Mr. President, we have tinkered long enough and must now accept that solutions to the problems we face may not be found in this grand hall or in the highest echelons of global climate discussions, but rather with the people, especially our young people, who stand to lose the most from the inaction of our current leaders. Mr. President, approximately 60% of the world's population is under 35 years old. In my own country, 50% of the current population is between 18 and 35 years of age. Young people are therefore critical to the success of sustainable development policies and must play a central role in the implementation of the targets set by the 2030 agenda. Mr. President, I call on all young people to take action. It is not yet too late to do what is necessary to safeguard our planet for future generations. But the time for action is now. The reality is, the leaders of today will not be around to feel the consequences of their decisions. It is therefore up to our youth to lead the charge for the future they want to see. To all young people, I challenge you today to choose to be agents of change over victims of climate change. It can start with small actions that cause ripple effects throughout your families and friend circles, your communities, and eventually the wider world. Mr. President, it was not that long ago that I too was a young lawyer seeking to evoke positive change in my community through small actions. I knew that I could no longer sit on the sidelines and wait for the leaders of the day to solve challenges that have plagued Grenadian society for well over a decade. I had to become the change. In October 2021, I made the decision to enter political life, and shortly after was elected political leader of the National Democratic Congress. Only 8 months later, Mr. President, I led the party to victory, winning 9 of the 15 seats. My presence here today is testament that we can change and we can create the change that we would like to see. But it will only materialize if we step forward and accept the call to be the leaders of today. Mr. President, as leaders, the onus is also on us to create spaces where young people feel empowered to propose innovative solutions to the challenges we collectively face. This is a priority of my administration and has been backed by gender-forward, pro-youth policies and purposeful action. The appointment of the Honorable Kireen James as Minister for Climate Resilience, the Environment, and Renewable Energy at 23 years old is a milestone for my country and the Caribbean region, as the Honorable James is the youngest minister in the Caribbean. Mr. President, confronting the climate crisis will require a complete transformation of our mindset and behaviors, but also, and importantly, the transformation of our energy sources, economic models, and land stewardship. This is a unique opportunity to come together, welcome innovative ideas, and tackle the problems we have struggled with for generations. Our goal as responsible global citizens should be to leave the planet as good or better than we found it. This plea is not without urgency. Mr. President, as the leader of a Caribbean small island developing state, I am all too familiar with the devastating effects of climate change and the stark reality that we may not have a country to pass on to future generations in the face of increasingly strengthened hurricanes and sea level rise. The small island states of the Caribbean are already experiencing significant adverse effects due to climate change. With each hurricane season, and we are in the hurricane season currently, that now brings increased and more powerful storms, we watch and we wait with bated breath and a silent prayer in the hope that this year it will not be our turn. In 2004, it was Grenada's turn with Hurricane Ivan. In the matter of a mere 8 hours, we lost 34 souls, and the Category 3 storm destroyed 80% of our housing stock and decimated our economic and fiscal bases with damage surpassing 200% of our gross domestic product. 10 months later, in 2005, it was Grenada's turn again with Hurricane Emily. In recent years, we have watched with horror as our brothers and sisters across the Caribbean experience their turn. Most notably, Hurricane Irma in 2017, which left the island of Barbuda nearly uninhabitable and wrought significant havoc on over 10 other Caribbean island states, including the British Virgin Islands, which lost approximately 85% of its housing stock. Only 2 weeks later, Hurricane Maria threatened cruelly to exacerbate the wounds freshly inflicted by Irma. Mr. President, the global community would remember the destruction visited on Dominica by the said Hurricane Maria, which left 31 people dead, 37 missing, and an estimated $930 million in damages. Mr. President, I can continue in this vein, highlighting the devastating consequences that Caribbean islands suffer due to the warming climate, including the harmful effects on our rich biodiversity and underwater resources. We are truly on the front lines, and we know it all too well, the ease with which one hurricane can wipe out decades of progress. As I stand here this morning, several Caribbean islands are reeling from the wrath of Hurricane Fiona. This is the reality we face, Mr. President, and why it is urgent that we act. Mr. President, given the focus of my address here this morning, it is evident that climate change is inimical to Grenada's transformational agenda. We continue to insist on a clear roadmap at the global level for ambitious climate action to ensure that global average temperatures remain below the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold. As we seek to bolster climate resilience in our island home, I reiterate the call for the urgent scaling up of climate finance for adaptation and the removal of challenges that developing nations face to access climate financing. Additionally, my government calls for increased technology development and capacity building, especially for young people. Mr. President, we are encouraged and indeed proud that a son of the soil has been given the responsibility to manage global climate action. The appointment of Simon Steele as Executive Secretary of the United Nations Climate Change Secretariat sends a clear message of the importance of island voices in the fight against climate change. We are optimistic that we will achieve the mandates of the Climate Convention and its protocols, as well as the Agenda for Sustainable Development. Mr. President, the government of Grenada is steadfast in its commitment to creating paths towards sustainability and promoting diversity. Evidence of our resolve can be found in the first ever long-term National Sustainable Development Plan 2020-2035, which is in alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals, which is the anchor for the country's development agenda and the priorities for the next 15-year period. In this regard, the government of Grenada was pleased to be one of the 45 countries that presented voluntary national reviews of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development during the recently held high-level political forum for sustainable development. Mr. President, our country-led review of progress towards the implementation of the 17 SDGs of the 2030 Agenda comes at a critical juncture in our collective efforts aimed at recovering from the extraordinary socio-economic crisis created by COVID-19. Mr. President, for Grenada, the pandemic exposed critical structural weaknesses and resource deficiencies in our healthcare system. Managing the high incidence of non-communicable diseases, therefore, is an urgent priority, and so too is addressing the mental health of our citizenry. In addition, Mr. President, the economic fallout from the worldwide closure of borders and stagnation of tourism, a key economic driver, exacerbated already elevated levels of unemployment and poverty. My government intends to mitigate such dire circumstances in the future by diversifying our economy and developing a robust ICT and digital economy. Trends such as converging technologies and the digitization of production are rapidly transforming work and life, and they must be factored into training and development opportunities for our young people. Mr. President, we understand that to adequately equip our young people for the future, inclusive and equitable quality education is fundamental. To this end, my government has taken the necessary steps to ensure the framework for free universal education up to the community college level, and is committed to providing second chance opportunities to all youth who did not complete a primary, secondary, or tertiary education. Additionally, we intend to actively seek out opportunities for further studies in digital and creative fields to support our emerging creative and digital economies. Mr. President, the answers, once again, will lie with our young people and their invaluable contributions to the future of the labor force. My government will foster an environment where youth have access to and the support needed to thrive. In particular, we intend to provide incentives to young entrepreneurs, upgrade our agricultural production systems, and bolster our export capacity. Grenada will act deliberately to attract the attention and support of the international community and the favor of friendly nations as we seek to improve the standard of living of all citizens through the exploration of new frontiers of economic and social development. Mr. President, as we emerge from the crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic and optimistically prepare to transform our economy, we cannot ignore the new crisis in the East due to current geopolitical tensions and conflicts, which has devastating and disruptive consequences for energy and food security. Mr. President, Russia's war with Ukraine has already threatened international peace and stability and induced hardships upon nations unconnected with the conflict. Grenada associates itself with the call of many for Russia to relent its war efforts in Ukraine and for the parties to negotiate a peaceful settlement of the conflict. Mr. President, mindful that peace is a supreme asset and a legitimate aspiration of all peoples, Grenada renews its firm call for the Caribbean to remain a zone of peace. We also advocate for the economic, social, and environmental development of all Caribbean states. In this regard, Grenada is satisfied that the removal of the US-imposed economic, commercial, and financial blockade against Cuba will facilitate economic and social change there. Additionally, we call for Cuba to be removed from the US State Department's list of countries that are co-sponsors of terrorism. Mr. President, in the same way, we lament that more has not been done for our brothers and sisters in Haiti, a country classified as one of the poorest amongst us. The Caribbean community, CARICOM, continues to pursue various initiatives to assist Haiti. However, we believe that more productive engagements must be undertaken with all stakeholders to help achieve political stability, peace, and economic progress in Haiti. Mr. President, Grenada also reiterates its support for the ongoing judicial process at the International Court of Justice aimed at bringing a definitive end to the long-standing Guyana-Venezuela border dispute, and we reaffirm our unwavering support for the territorial integrity of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Mr. President, we further remain resolute in our call for an end to the imposition of unilateral coercive measures against the Republic of Venezuela, contrary to the rules and principles of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. Mr. President, the net effect of the recent and ongoing crises continues to seriously dislodge the world economy and, in turn, the ability of countries to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The adverse impacts on production, employment, and poverty are growing, while at the same time jeopardizing fiscal management in many countries. The government of Grenada is firm in its determination to achieve the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We call, however, for the increased inclusion of youth voices as we seek to chart the future of our planet. We further note that if small island states are to eliminate poverty and attain sustainable levels of development, the vulnerability criteria now applicable to all countries must be comprehensively reviewed as a matter of urgency. The consequence of upper middle income status afforded Grenada and many other small states, without consideration to our specific vulnerabilities, continues to hinder our ability to access concessionary and grant financing. We continue to call for a new multi-vulnerable index, which will eliminate the threat to our economic development and security. And we encourage the submission of additional proposals that seek to address similar challenges that prevent our countries from moving forward on equal footing. Mr. President, the United Nations system over the last 77 years has contributed immensely to humanity. It is now time to consider strategic transformation if we are to achieve the goals set out in the 2030 Agenda and safeguard our planet for future generations. Thank you.
От имени Ассамблеи
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance and Minister for National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management of Grenada for the statement just made. And I request Grenada to, for the statement just made, and I request Protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Dimitar Korachevsky, Prime Minister of the Republic of North Macedonia. I request Protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Dimitar Korachevsky, Prime Minister of the Republic.
Dear President of the United Nations General Assembly, dear Secretary General of the United Nations, dear heads of state and colleagues, heads of government, ladies and gentlemen. Our strength is in our unity. This lesson, that together we can achieve much more than alone, is a lesson that the world of today is learning in unanticipated circumstances in the 21st century. First the pandemic, and now the cruel war in Ukraine. Now and in the future, the democratic world needs unity in overcoming the globally spread consequences that countries in Europe or worldwide are facing. As of the start of making joint and united efforts in response to the start of the war, the Republic of North Macedonia immediately and decisively aligned itself with the European Union foreign policy and that of the democratic world. We joined global efforts in response to the war as a country committed to peace and to finding dialogue-based solutions, as a country fully dedicated to European values. In doing so, we relied on our own experiences and lessons, learned according to which peace, strength, and progress can be achieved only with unity. We learned this lesson both when we peacefully declared independence in 1991 and in 2001, when we rose above the internal interethnic conflict, while today we rely on our experiences in pursuing our established concept of one society for all, setting thus an example of a functional multi-ethnic democracy, while being a significant factor of stability in the Western Balkans and consequently in Europe as well, which on its part makes us a reliable partner of the international democratic community. Functional solutions, solutions that work in a small area, always serve as a roadmap to finding solutions in the global setting. No matter how many challenges arise in a given wide geographic area, they do erupt in a certain smaller area, becoming then a potential global threat. That point of eruption today is an independent and sovereign state, Ukraine, whose citizens are faced with an unacceptable and unjustifiable aggression by the Russian Federation. There are two especially concerning aspects which demand our full attention. One of them is related to the fact that a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council committed the aggression, the Russian Federation. The fact that a country has decided to resolve a challenge using force despite being a member of an organization which is founded on the commitment to preserving world peace, runs contrary to all the endeavors and commitments of the civilized world to putting an end to all forms of actions which cause loss of human life and jeopardize the global peace. Furthermore, the demonstration of a force by a geographically larger country against a geographically smaller country which is committed to fostering and sharing democratic values is a dangerous and impermissible precedent. In simple terms, everything must be done in order to prevent that this become a practice in this world we share, where there are geographically smaller and bigger countries. As we can see, problems are multidimensional and affect us all. These are challenges we all face in the most severe winter we have ahead of us since the World War II, to ensure availability of food and energy for our citizens. Therefore, we must search for solutions acting in unison. Response or solutions to interlocking challenges is the essential topic of this debate. That is, that solutions are to be found in solidarity. Solutions must be sustainable and science-based. Speaking about sustainability, I believe we should take into consideration another bitter experience from the war in Ukraine. The struggle for peace is ongoing, and peace necessitates continual dedication to mutual understanding, vigilance, and prompt actions. Dear colleagues, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to convey a clear message for my country. The unprovoked aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine is a gross violation of the United Nations Charter and of international law norms and principles. The aggression cannot be justified or relativized. The Russian Federation must put an immediate end to the aggression and withdraw its troops from Ukraine. History teaches us that no problem can be resolved by using force. Putting an end to the aggression is the necessary precondition in order to open the only feasible way of finding a solution, and that is diplomacy and dialogue. The latter can and must be the sole mechanism for settling disputes and resolving differences between countries. The uncertainty of food and energy supply will deepen differences at the global level between the rich North and the poor South, and will bring millions of people at the brink of their existence, even being threatened with hunger. We will all feel the impact, both economically and more. We will all feel the impact, both economically more developed and economically less developed countries. We must rely on lessons learned from the pandemic. That is, international solidarity is not to be guided by the fact whether solidarity is needed among the better developed countries or is required among less developed countries. This especially if we want to prevent the rise of new challenges ensuing from the growing dissatisfaction of citizens in global terms. The pandemic reminded us that we all are equal when faced with a common, in this case invisible enemy that took millions of human lives worldwide. The pandemic also brought to light the importance of solidarity and unity, transposed into concrete international cooperation. These are the principles that should guide our future actions when facing present and future challenges. In the specific context of overcoming the consequences of the war in Ukraine, it is necessary to double the efforts in enhancing international solidarity and mutual assistance on equal footing, both in the European Union, where the Ukraine war impact is one of the largest scopes, but also worldwide. This particularly applies to finding viable solutions to overcome challenges relating to energy supply, but food as well. In this context, I would like to underscore the important active role of Secretary General Guterres, as well as of Turkey mediating in the exports of wheat from Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, developments in and surrounding Ukraine have pushed numerous other conflicts worldwide in the background. However, the focus on such conflicts must remain sharp. Terrorism in all its forms is still a global threat jeopardizing the entire humanity. Numerous hybrid threats cause great concern and distress. Fake news and the possibility provided by social network, that is, by internet communication, that such news is spread on a mass scale is a challenge facing the entire democratic world. Authoritarian tendencies disguised under the veil of this indigenous patriotism pose a serious threat to human rights and freedoms and prompt potential instabilities. We also face burning climate change issue, despite all endeavors for putting up a joint and united front in saving our planet Earth. The recent catastrophic floods in Pakistan are but one of the last visible consequences in the series of extreme natural disasters worldwide occurring due to climate change. Losing biodiversity, air pollution, and the lack of water impose themselves as priority threats, not only against the environment and ecosystem, but also against people's lives. And such a situation will persist until every individual becomes fully aware that nature is not ours, but is part of us, and we should treat it as such. All these problems demand concrete actions founded on intensified and consolidated efforts that would be focused both on prevention and on finding solutions. Conflicts, instability, violence, climate change cause the spread of grave poverty for millions of people, as well as displacement of population, which is growing into an exodus. Immigration waves we faced in past years coming from Syria and Afghanistan are not winding down. Now we also have millions of refugees from Ukraine. The Republic of North Macedonia opened its doors to citizens of Ukraine, who forced to flee their homelands sought refuge in our country. This is a good opportunity that we duly commend continuities. This is a good opportunity that we duly commend countries worldwide that receive the largest numbers of refugees, as well as substantial number of citizens throughout the world who work every day to provide care for refugees and help those in need. My country, the Republic of North Macedonia, using its available capacities, remains committed to honoring international commitments in the humanitarian area. In order that we successfully deal with and manage immigration diverse types, it is necessary to strengthen the awareness that it is a matter of global challenge, which necessitates coordinated activities in pursuance with the shared responsibility principle. Dear colleagues, we learn from experience that no problem is a minor problem. Every minor problem has the potential of growing into a more difficult and larger scale problem. However, our coming together these days at the seat of United Nations serves as a good reminder that strength and solutions can be achieved by uniting ourselves in support of genuine values. Multilateralism and respect for established rules and obligations, starting with the United Nations Charter, are the only way of providing the much-needed predictability in international relations. We are building our future now, today, and together, despite all deficiencies of international mechanisms. Multilateralism and United Nations, as its most visible and recognized form, having the universal mission of preserving the peace, are still the key important catalyst encouraging joint efforts towards better, safer, and more just world. Global challenges require global response. No country could deal with 21st century problems acting on its own. Now, more than ever, we need to demonstrate that multilateralism works and gives results in times of crisis. In this context, the report, Our Common Agenda by Secretary General Guterres, is to be our roadmap in pursuing global governance reforms, which would open the way for the United Nations multilateral central system to adapt to the future and be able to contribute to joint endeavors. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, of course, remains the starting point in pursuing global actions. This agenda not only addresses chronic and persistent problems of poverty and inequitable development, but it can also serve as a platform for finding solutions for all other problems, starting with the necessity that we unite standing behind a new agenda for peace while placing the human dimension in the focus of technological development in the digital era. The Republic of North Macedonia works intensively to accomplish the Millennium Development Goals and support all efforts aimed at making the United Nations stronger and more efficient. In pursuing the Millennium Development Goals, as well as other development activities in the national, regional, and global settings, we need to ground ourselves on the supposition that we owe it to young generations to provide them with conditions for progress. Young people, their access to modern, forward-looking education and resolution of problems they face must be the center of our attention and our political engagement in the coming years. In this respect, I should like to emphasize that for the second consecutive years, a youth delegate from the Republic of North Macedonia participates in the work of the General Assembly. Dear friends, on January the 1st, 2023, the Republic of North Macedonia will have the honor of taking over the chairmanship of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the largest regional security organization. This brings great responsibility, especially taking into consideration that my country is taking over the OSCE chairmanship at the times when there is a military aggression in Europe, along with all ensuing consequences for the peace and security in the OSCE area and wider. Yet, I'm confident that we will successfully justify the trust bestowed upon us. North Macedonia has sometimes been the beneficiary of mediation security mechanism, including the United Nations Peace Mission, and has had first-hand experience with the benefits of peace-building efforts in the international community. Relying on such community, we stand ready to contribute to strengthening and developing the security in the wider context. As of 2023, OSCE chair, we will be fully committed to the noble mission of serving peace and security as a precondition for economic and social development, and I am confident that we will contribute to advancing multilateral security mechanism. Our confidence is based on our practices of living together in unity and the related benefits in the national, regional, and international setting. Today, I am representing before all of you a country in which all ethnic communities have equal constitutionally guaranteed rights and obligations. We are working to make the Republic of North Macedonia a civic, democratic society in which differences are regarded as an enriching advantage and not as an obstacle. Standing united as a multi-ethnic functional democracy today, we are a successful example of a mini Europe on the Balkans. However, having in mind the significance of a mutual understanding, respect, and support, which prompt and motivate unity, working together with our two neighbors, Albania and Serbia, we have established the Open Balkan Initiative. Today, this initiative has grown into a successful example of regional interconnectivity. It has also contributed to our shared commitment to removing unnecessary barriers for movement of people, trade, transport of goods, and provision of services. In the present circumstances, the initiative has enabled us to ensure availability of food for our citizens based on our agreement to help each other if faced with lack of food on our respective domestic markets as a consecutive of the global crisis. As a consequence of the global crisis. We have furthermore agreed that there will be no bans on trade in basic agriculture and food products. We are also intensively considering options for cross-border trade in electricity and providing assistance with the various energy sources as part of our effort to overcome the serious energy situation the entire world is facing. We are also developing good neighborly relations with a keen sense of responsibility and by way of dialogue convinced that safeguarding national and state interests does not run contrary to wider scope integration processes and advanced cooperation with countries in our neighborhood. Quite the contrary, self-affirmation finds its most relevant and appropriate reflection in a wider community of shared values. Guided by these policies of building bridges while employing functional diplomacy, dialogue, and understanding, we have succeeded in accomplishing the strategic goal of becoming part of NATO, and today we are a proud, fully fledged member of the alliance. After a long 17 years since we were granted EU membership candidate status, we have started accession negotiations with the European Union. My country attaches particular importance to our speedy EU integration. We work with dedication and persistence to undertake all steps required for the accomplishment of my country's second strategic goal. Citizens of North Macedonia have waited far too long for this moment, and I acknowledge and understand the frustration and fatigue that they feel walking on this long road to Europe. But we don't have any other alternative to reach our goal of better living standards, and that no one promised us the road would be easy. In fact, despite the difficulties, the EU still represents the best option for our future and our children's future. We don't have the opportunity and the privilege to give it up. Now is the time to continue with full power forward and even double speed. I would like to underscore that the EU membership of the Republic of North Macedonia is of essential importance also for the European Union itself, especially in the new circumstances in the global context, in which such a message of encouragement, that the enlargement process continues and awaits the entire region, which, no matter the progressive leadership, is not immune to global challenges. This especially in conditions in which the European integration and democratic path of the Western Balkans countries should and must be ensured as a contribution to the European peace. The story of my homeland, the Republic of North Macedonia, which 2 weeks ago celebrated 31 years of independence, is a story of peace, cooperation, and understanding, employing which it was established while dealing with challenges and overcoming threats both for our internal stability and on our way to international integration. Thus, I should like to underline that whereas we are solution-oriented, working together in facing challenges that do not recognize state borders, ethnic, linguistic, religious, or any other differences. Dear friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am especially honored and pleased that as the Prime Minister of the Republic of North Macedonia, I have the opportunity of addressing you for the first time here at the United Nations, the organization that is the guardian of peace, solidarity, and prosperity. I would like to offer my appreciation to Mr. Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th General Assembly, for his successful work. I am confident that Mr. Tsaba Koroshi, who took over the presidency of the 77th General Assembly, will be equally successful. The pandemic and the war in Ukraine have brought to light human weaknesses or fragility even in this modern 21st century. Yet, as the pandemic has also demonstrated the power of innovation and the capability of science to quickly produce the necessary vaccines, humanity must also continue relying on science and keep believing in its humanistic foundations and capabilities and peace. We are all in the same boat, and we have no other choice except to treat each other with solidarity and work in unity, defending and advancing fundamental values of freedom and peace throughout the world. Peace is reached by making compromises, but peace is preserved with mutual understanding. Thank you for your attention. Long live Republic of North Macedonia.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of North Macedonia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mokgweetsi Majoro, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have a great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Mokgweetsi Majoro, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Saba Korosi, President of the 77th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and of Government, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the very outset, allow me to congratulate you on your well-deserved election to the office of the President of the General Assembly for the 77th session. Mr. President, your illustrious career as a diplomat, assures us of a successful session. I assure you of my delegation's full support and cooperation during your tenure of office. I also wish to commend your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for his stewardship in discharging his duties during the previous session. To Secretary General Guterres, I extend my country's gratitude and support for the tireless efforts in the daunting task of finding lasting solutions to the persistent problems that face our organization. We particularly commend you for the wide-ranging reform efforts to equip the organization to provide more effective support for member states across the spectrum of the challenges they face, including stronger partnerships for the 2030 agenda. We welcome our Common Agenda report, which focuses on the next 25 years and represents your vision on the future of global cooperation through reinvigorated multilateralism within the United Nations at the center, with the United Nations at the center of our efforts. Mr. President, Excellencies, from the humble beginnings of a fledgling organization more than 7 decades ago to a massive expansion in membership today, the United Nations has undoubtedly stood the test of time. Our organization has witnessed several changes in the configuration of international relations. Some were traumatic, while others were benign. The survival of the UN through all those tribulations testifies to its resilience and the enduring validity of its mission. Some of the great strides that the United Nations has made span peaceful settlement of disputes, restoring calm in many countries through peacekeeping, decolonization, raising awareness of human rights, and eradicating diseases. Despite these laudable achievements, numerous challenges still remain in the path towards assuring humanity of a bright, prosperous, dignified, and secure future. The continuous eruption of armed conflicts throughout the world, terrorism, climate change, diseases, and the lingering effects of economic and financial crisis, and many others continue to transcend our borders and have remained in the foreground of international relations and preoccupied the international community. It is in this context that we welcome the theme for our general debate today, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. Mr. President, we are living in uncertain times. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed the nature of multilateral engagement, diplomacy, business, and of basic human interaction. The pandemic has not only hastened the pace and scale of digital revolution, but has also increased the gap between the haves and the have-nots, and furthermore exposed our vulnerability as Africa's landlocked, least developed country. We therefore need to make concerted efforts to protect lives and empower the citizenry across the globe through innovation and digital technologies to achieve sustainable recovery. It is of paramount importance for us as African leaders to be proactive in investing in research and development in readiness for a certain future pandemic. At the same time, the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals, which was already anemic prior to 2020, has been aggravated by the pandemic. The expectation of the international community was to intensify the decade of action to achieve the goals. But certainly, we find ourselves in a prolonged period of recovery. As we ushered in the new 17 Sustainable Development Goals on 1st January 2016, member states were optimistic that the better life for all was in sight. However, the 2030 deadline for the achievement of the SDGs is gradually approaching, yet there is still no significant progress in their attainment due to several factors that have adversely affected implementation. In addition to the pandemic, this includes unpredictable global shocks, including wars, climate-related events, and lack of predictable financing. The environment in which we operate is significantly less favorable than it was when we began 6 years ago. Our room to maneuver is much more constrained today. Nevertheless, our quest to pursue a sustainable future must never wane. Unless we can work towards the SDGs in a true spirit of partnership, where each partner lives up to expectations, the decade of action will end as a decade of disappointment. As Secretary General stated during the election of the President of the General Assembly in June this year, the 77th session can be a moment of transformation, a time to recalibrate multilateralism and strengthen the foundations of global cooperation. In this regard, I appeal to all member states to use the 77th session to renew their determination to work together for the benefit of mankind and to recommit themselves to the cardinal principle of multilateralism. The role of multilateralism and the United Nations has therefore become ever more important. It is morally imperative that we unite our wills and pool our efforts for the well-being of humanity. Mr. President, just recently, Lesotho was among the 45 countries that presented their voluntary national reviews during the high-level political forum on sustainable development. Among other things, our review highlighted the pressing challenge of climate change, which has a direct bearing on food insecurity and poverty, not only in my country, but in Africa as a whole. Climate change destroys our ecosystems and results in land degradation, as well as contribute to the decline of agricultural productivity, which is the mainstay of small economies. In this connection, my delegation calls upon all member states to use the COP27 meeting to be held on African soil this time around as an opportune time to address Africa's challenges on climate change, as well as support our needs and priorities in the form of affordable and sustainable energy, capacity adaptation, and mitigation. We disagreed for far too long on the subject of climate change until we were confronted by the clearing and compelling scientific evidence that the link between global warming and human activity is indisputable. Sadly, catastrophes have begun to hit, mostly affecting the poorest and most vulnerable countries. While we appreciate that there are resources aimed at helping developing countries to mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate change, we are concerned that such funds are very difficult to access. The global climate finance architecture is complex, with variable structures of governance and modalities. Some finance is channeled through multilateral agencies, sometimes even outside the funding mechanisms of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and some flows through bilateral development assistance institutions, thereby making coordination very difficult. Lesotho calls on the international community and our development partners to simplify the accessibility of funds earmarked for climate change. Mr. President, the state of peace and security in the world is gradually getting worse, with recurring conflicts and eruption of new ones in many parts of the world. The emergence of new extremist groups and terrorist entities has not only compounded the problem, but is a stark reminder that we must act collectively to discharge the moral responsibility resting on us to ensure that people everywhere enjoy the right to peace and enjoy the right to development and the sanctity of life. The use of military force alone as a strategy for combating terrorism has never been panacea for eradicating that menace. Terrorism requires a holistic approach that addresses its root causes. Similarly, we as leaders should not turn a blind eye on the plight of civilians in all conflict areas. The international community should be consistent in dealing with the humanitarian crisis in different parts of the world. We do not derive any comfort, Mr. President, from the simmering trade and political tensions between two of the founding members of the United Nations, namely the United States of America and the People's Republic of China. We must remember that we came together as members of the United Nations under the premise that we are all peace-loving nations. The United Nations Charter enjoins us to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors, and to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security, and to employ international machinery for the promotion of economic and social advancement of our peoples. In this regard, we call upon these two great nations to show their fidelity to the principles underpinning our organization and to resolve their differences amicably. Military power and aggression can never beget peace. In the same vein, the ongoing war in Ukraine and other parts of the world inflict a reputational carnage on our beloved organization. Whereas peaceful settlement of disputes lies at the heart of the work of the United Nations, we have, however, not sufficiently utilized tools at our disposal, such as mediation for solving conflicts between and among member states. Some take sides and support conflicts in one form or another, while others remain in hibernation. Lesotho therefore wishes to implore the United Nations, particularly the Security Council, to live up to its charter and be an honest and impartial mediator in conflicts. The resolution of international disputes based on dialogue, justice, and the equality of all states must be at the heart of that strategy if it is to succeed. We must shun those who fan the flames of discord amongst us. And indeed, we must not allow ourselves to entertain any thoughts that through divisions, there will be one side that will win. We will all perish and be on the precipice. We are mindful, however, that it will be difficult for the Security Council to effectively discharge its mandate while it remains an epitome of the 1945 architecture of the world as seen by the victors of the Second World War. The reform of the United Nations, including the Security Council, can no longer be delayed. A reformed, transparent, and more democratic United Nations, in which Africa is represented along the lines of the Ezulwini Consensus, is necessary for preserving international peace and security and for confronting the challenges of development. All member states need to garner the necessary political will to advance the intergovernmental negotiations on the Security Council reform. We note with satisfaction the statement by President Biden delivered before this August House on the 21st of September 2022, in which he clearly articulated America's support for representation of Africa and other unrepresented regions in the United Nations Security Council, particularly in the permanent category. Let us make the 77th session one for decisive action on this matter. Mr. President, today we see the heightened geopolitical tensions that have led to the reemergence of protectionist trade policies. The economic war in terms of sanctions has the potential to make global supply chains less efficient, subtracting from long-term growth and adding pressures on prices. This state of affairs flies in the face of the resolve of the representatives who gathered in San Francisco to finalize the Charter of the United Nations more than 7 decades ago, and who dreamed of a world of equality and shared prosperity. They renounced a vision of a world of unilaterally imposed economic sanctions and financial blockages against others, or one in which peoples are denied their right to self-determination or were subjected to occupation. It would therefore be remiss of me not to unequivocally call for the lifting of all economic and political sanctions against Zimbabwe. In the like manner, we express solidarity with the tenacious people of Cuba for having endured economic sanctions for so many years. We are confident that the United States of America, under the leadership of President Biden, will revisit its position on the embargo against the Republic of Cuba, and expand cooperation with Cuba on areas of mutual interest, including on trade and commerce, for the benefit of the peoples of both countries. This, the United States did in 2016 through the Presidential Policy Directive, and it can surely do it again. We also want to express our unwavering solidarity with the people of Western Sahara, who have languished under the hegemony of colonialism for far too long. I also wish to underline, in particular, the General Assembly Resolution 40/50 of 2nd December 1985, in terms of which the Assembly reaffirmed the fact that the question of Western Sahara was a question of decolonization, which remained to be completed on the basis of the exercise by the people of Western Sahara of their inalienable right to self-determination and independence. Equally, the United Nations Security Council, in its resolution 1920 of 2010, 1979 of 2011, and 2044 of 2012, recognized that the consolidation of the status quo in Western Sahara was unacceptable, and called for an intensified pace of meetings and strengthening of contacts between the parties in order to advance the organization of the referendum. We call upon the international community to intensify efforts to bring to an end the question of Western Sahara. In the same vein, we express our unwavering support for the people of Palestine. Since the founding of the UN, the question of Palestine has been at the center of the agenda of our organization. Yet today, the Palestinian territory still remains under foreign occupation, and its people endure untold pain and suffering. We call on the United Nations to intensify its efforts to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting settlement of the question of Palestine. Mr. President, allow me to conclude my remarks by pointing out that the regime of the Charter of the United Nations has so far done its part in preventing a third world war, thereby fulfilling one of the dreams of the architects of our beloved organization. The continued success and the relevance of the United Nations will depend in large measure on its capacity for self-renewal and in readiness to meet modern-day challenges. We, the United Nations, should continue to be the voice of the voiceless and the best hope for all mankind. Now is the time for leaders everywhere to join the race for transformative action that can drive peace, democracy, respect for human rights, and the rule of law, as well as human dignity, economic competitiveness, and sustainable prosperity for all. Lesotho will continue to be persistent and a resilient part of that initiative. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. And now the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Adriano Afonso Malayane, Prime Minister of the Republic of Mozambique. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have a great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Adriano Afonso Malayane, Prime Minister of the Republic of Mozambique, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished heads of delegations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am highly honored to participate in this 77th session of the General Assembly on behalf of His Excellency Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, who, for agenda reasons, cannot be present. I would like to congratulate His Excellency Ambassador Kisaba Korosi upon his election as President of the current session of the United Nations General Assembly. I wish him much success in this mission. Let me also commend the work done by your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid. Under his presidency, we have strengthened multilateral mechanisms in support of member states to address global challenges such as COVID-19. To His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, go our words of appreciation for the wise manner in which he led the work of our organization. Allow me also, on behalf of the Mozambican people, to thank you all, United Nations member states, for the support which contributed for the election of Mozambique as non-permanent member of the Security Council for the term 2023-2024. This election, we take it with great responsibility, basing on the motto of our candidacy, international peace and security and sustainable development. We will advocate for the dialogue and for the peaceful resolution of conflicts, for the promotion of peace, for the fight against terrorism, as well as for the role of multilateralism as an important tool to address the current challenges of the world. Mr. President, Excellencies, the theme of current session of the General Assembly reveals that the world is going through adverse and challenging situations, characterized by a multiplicity of crises that are interlinked. And among them, we can highlight COVID-19, climate change, and humanitarian crises with their negative effects on the global economy. The emergence of new outbreaks of internal tensions and interstate conflicts, terrorism, international organized crime are affecting negatively the economic and social development of our countries. They are aggravating the food, energy, and humanitarian crises. They are affecting negatively the functioning of the supply chain in international markets. That is why Mozambique advocates for the need of a constructive dialogue and concerted multilateral actions, as these are the only avenues for the preservation of peace and the continued promotion of the sustainable development of our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, for Mozambique, the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 will guide us in the search of collective solutions to problems of this time of change, which is also the theme of this session. According to our experience, the incorporation of SDGs into the priorities and pillars of our governance program has brought significant positive results in the household incomes and the fight against poverty, including the increase of productivity in agriculture and the development of the entire value chain. Also, drinking water for the population, in particular in rural areas, population with access to electricity, coverage of the primary, secondary, technical, professional, and higher education schools, rates of access and retention of girls in school, particularly in rural areas, and primary healthcare and vaccination programs for children, as well as maternal and child healthcare. It is also remarkable the expansion of services in the administration of justice, ensuring improved access to justice for citizens. We have also been promoting actions in the area of the blue economy, as well as in the protection and conservation of the environment and ecosystems. However, our experience also shows that we need to rethink the multilateral institutional financing model that will allow more resources to be mobilized to complement internal efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, in the context of the prevention and combat of COVID-19, the government of Mozambique has adopted a set of measures to contain the spread of the pandemic in order to ensure the balance between saving human lives and keeping the economy running. Among these measures, we undertook massive vaccination campaigns against the disease, and so far, 96.6% of Mozambican citizens over 18 years of age have been vaccinated. Excellencies, there are lessons we draw from the fight and prevention of COVID-19 for each of our countries. I would highlight the need to have national health systems prepared to respond to health crises, which involves the provision and universal access to medical equipment and means necessary for prevention and treatment.
De responder efetivamente às emergências da saúde pública. Reforço à educação e formação profissional.
Strengthening education and training of health professionals, and strengthening bilateral and multilateral cooperation, as well as greater interaction and dialogue between public and private actors to respond more effectively to crises with global impact. Mr. President, Excellencies, climate change places Mozambique under permanent surveillance. In recent times, our country has been cyclically and intensively affected by depressions, tropical cyclones, rains, and strong winds, floods, and droughts that have caused loss of human lives, displacement of persons, extensive damage to infrastructure, and socio-economic activities. Just between 2019 and 2022, Mozambique was hit by cyclones Idai, Kenneth, Guambe, Shalan, Ana, and Gombe. In order to respond to the challenges related to the reduction and risk management of natural disasters, Mozambique, in coordination with the countries of the southern region of Africa and cooperation partners, established in 2021 in the Nacala Porto, north of the country, the Center for Humanitarian and Emergency Operations of the Southern African Development Community. This center is aimed to provide SADC countries with tools and institutions capable of responding to and mitigating the impacts of climate change and other emergencies requiring rapid, coordinated, and timely intervention in any member state. Mozambique is committed to continue strengthening climate security, including advocacy and dissemination of good environmental protection practices, management, and risk reduction of natural disasters. These actions reinforce the role that His Excellency Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, has been playing in his capacity as champion of disaster risk management in Africa, a mission assigned by the African Union. In this vein, we call on the international community to join our efforts so that we continue to build resilience and adaptation capacity to address the effects of climate change, in line with the commitments made in the Paris Agreement and the Sendai Framework. Mr. President, Excellencies, with regards to consolidation of national peace and reconciliation, Mozambique has made remarkable progress in the process of disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration of former Renamo guerrillas. To date, 4,002 former Renamo guerrillas of a total of 5,221 have been covered by this process. We foresee by the end of this year the conclusion of the DDR process, which will be an important milestone in the implementation of the National Peace and Reconciliation Agreement signed on August 6, 2019, between the government of Mozambique and Renamo. With the completion of this stage, we will focus on long-term reintegration and more effective reconciliation, which is crucial to ensure the sustainability of the peace process and the consolidation of national unity. The remarkable progress we are making in the DDR is due to the valuable assistance and support of the United Nations and the Contact Group. To prevent terrorist actions in some states in the province of Cabo Delgado, the government has adopted a broad approach to reinforce the forces of defense, to stabilize the situation and create a situation to provide for the socio-economic development and reduce vulnerability factors of communities to terrorism. Thanks to the actions undertaken by Mozambique, combined with the support and assistance of multilateral and bilateral cooperation partners, including SADC, the European Union, and Rwanda, we have made progress in combating terrorism. Mozambique's approach is a pioneering one in terms of concerted regional action to address the global threat of terrorism. The ongoing actions on the ground are enabling the reestablishment of security and consequently the gradual return of the population to their areas of origin and the resumption of economic and social activity in the regions previously affected by terrorist actions, and this through the implementation of the Cabo Delgado Reconstruction Program. So I wish to express our appreciation to all those who directly or indirectly have supported Mozambique in the prevention and combat against terrorism, in providing humanitarian assistance, and in rebuilding the economic and social fabric of the affected areas. Mr. President, Excellency, at the service of the Security Council's non-permanent member, I reaffirm Mozambique's commitment to the principles and objectives of the United Nations. We will listen and work in close collaboration and coordination with all UN member states. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Mozambique for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear now an address by His Excellency Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have a great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, it is a particular honor for me to address this session of the United Nations General Assembly because I stand here as the representative of a country, Albania, that is currently serving in the Security Council for the first time in its history. This responsibility lends special importance to our role in this august body and beyond. We gather here each September, and 77 years on, the United Nations has only gained in its universal appeal, serving as the parliament of humankind, the forum where we speak to each other and listen to the world. Like nowhere else, the world converges here. We share the success and progress, outline issues and challenges, express worries and fears, highlight crises and tensions, talk about agreements and discords, but above all, we bring a joint desire for a better world. In these nearly 8 decades, we have witnessed uninterrupted change, profound transformation, unprecedented mobilization, continued solidarity, and an all-time imperative of the need to work together. As a result, the world has known undeniable progress on many tracks. On the other hand, we must never forget that our journey has been bumpy. Many times, we have also witnessed terrible setbacks and even reversal of progress. Unfortunately, this is mainly due to man-made catastrophes, ill-conceived policies, because of narrow national politics, short-sighted interests, fueled by populism, nationalism, and greed for domination. This is why this place at this time each year is the yearly checkup of the health of the world. We may sometimes have the impression that we say too much of the same things, that we needlessly repeat each other too often. I would like to disagree. If committing to peace and security, to development and prosperity, to upholding the international law or inspecting human rights, engage into genuine efforts to mitigate climate change, is repeating each other, then we are doing the very right thing. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, this year, our hopes and beliefs have been bitterly shattered, and our assurances were broken by an unprovoked, unjustified, and premeditated war of one country against another in the European continent, the brutal aggression of Russia against its neighbor, Ukraine. Russia's war of choice is against Ukraine and its people, but not only. It is also a brutal assault against international law, a flagrant violation of the UN Charter, and a very direct threat to the European security architecture. It is an open battle between an aging, cynical tyranny and a young, growing democracy. While we all, in our ways and with our respective means, try individually and collectively to project ourselves into the future, one country, led by an illusion of grandeur from bygone times, has decided to drag the world backwards, go against everything we have built over decades. This is unacceptable. We'll continue to stand in full solidarity with Ukraine and its people. And just like many other countries, help them in any way we can to defend themselves. Their fight is also ours. And I hope that all of the members of the United Nations that share the core principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, freedom, and the right to independently decide on their future without fear or interference, shying away from this defining battle between those principles and all their contrary is shying away from the duty to protect ourselves, our countries, our children, our world. While the world expects Russia to come to reason, stop the war and engage into peace negotiations, just a few days ago, Kremlin made another choice, that of escalation, announcing a partial mobilization which would deepen the conflict, bring more crimes, more victims, more misery, but also more shame on Russia itself. Sham referendums are being conducted in some parts of the occupied Ukrainian territory with the threat of a gun. It is hard to imagine that anyone here can silently accept such disgraceful disregard of laws, rules, norms, and practices that govern relations between states in the 21st century. These actions run against international law and not only do not reflect the free will of the Ukrainian people, but offer a miserable show of the detachment from everything that brings us together under the roof of the United Nations. We condemn such actions engineered in Moscow, and we will not recognize any such unlawfulness. In the world we want, impunity should not be the shelter of those who must answer for their deeds. Albania is fully committed to accountability globally and fight impunity everywhere. This is to provide justice to victims, but also to prevent future atrocities. That is why Albania calls and supports the work towards the adoption of a convention on the prevention and punishment of crimes against humanity. This new instrument would fill a significant gap in the current international framework and facilitate international cooperation to protect civilians. Mr. President, the world is never a quiet place, and there are many serious challenges that need to be properly and immediately addressed. We face serious challenges with open conflict in many parts of the world. Many countries are subject to intolerable seizure of power by force. Terrorism remains a serious threat against peace and security. At a time when a multitude of crises have put the world in turmoil, including by unacceptable nuclear threats, I would like to call the attention of the Assembly on another crucial issue closely linked and with huge impact on peace and security, cybersecurity. Technology is nowadays part of every aspect of our life. In Albania, 95% of services to the citizens and business are offered online. These user-friendly systems save time, energy, and drastically improve efficiency, quality, by being also the best tool to eliminate endemic corruption. But last July, Albania was the target of an unprovoked large-scale cyber attack. The entire government digital infrastructure was under a sustained and coordinated assault with a clear aim to destroy it, paralyze public services, and steal data and electronic communications from government systems, create chaos and foment tensions in the country. A lengthy and thorough in-depth investigation conducted in cooperation with the best existing world expertise on cyber terrorism has now confirmed beyond any doubt that the cyber attack that wanted to bring a sovereign country to its knees was a state-sponsored aggression orchestrated and carried out by the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is why, in face of such a blatant breach of norms, responsible for state behavior in cyberspace in peacetime, which include refraining from damaging crucial infrastructure that provides service to the public, the government of Albania was left with no other choice but sever the diplomatic relations with Iran. We hope this forced extreme measure will be an example and a deterrent for anyone who supports or sponsors such abhorring actions against sovereign state. We urge the United Nations, including the Security Council, to focus more seriously and concretely to address cybersecurity by investing in prevention and help all member states build resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, Albania is a member of the Balkans community, a part of Europe that has had its share of very troubled history. Mention the word Balkans, and I bet in everyone's mind come the images stained by bloody wars and brutal crimes. You'd rightfully recall the scars of repression and oppression, genocide in Srebrenica, and brutal ethnic cleansing in Kosovo. Nothing of this is or will be forgotten. Accountability has and will continue, and we must double our efforts to guarantee its unhindered course. This requires a resolved commitment to the ideals of justice and, above all, cooperation between parties. Justice lies in the foundations of any effort for long-lasting peace, stability, and prosperity. But justice is served with facts, with proofs and evidence, not with fiction or distorted reality. And I cannot but share with you here a terrible example, which should be a lesson for all the world and first and foremost the democratic world. In 2011, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe adopted a report compiled by a zealous parliamentarian who goes by the name Dick Marty, accusing the Kosovo Liberation Army of the despicable crime of organ trafficking. Mr. Marty should have been paid as a storyteller, but never trusted as a rapporteur of the Council of Europe. His report was shocking, and not only many believed it then, but it became the key factor in enhancing the idea and in establishing Kosovo specialist chambers. It also became one of the worst cases of distorted reality, the kind of manifesto for worldwide propaganda against Kosovo independence. Every investigative effort was made during these long 11 years to prove these allegations nationally, regionally, and internationally. No avail. Nothing. Not a single shred of evidence or proof was found anywhere in Kosovo or interests as part of a common framework, the one that responds to our citizens. This brought us together with North Macedonia and Serbia to launch the Open Balkans Initiative, a platform open to all Balkan countries, not only the three of us, but Montenegro and Kosovo, Bosnia and Turkey, Greece, and further, an investment for everyone as part of the wider common European project. The best message of the Open Balkan that I want to share with you today is that you don't need to agree on everything to leave behind the dark past and build step by step a common bright future. By dealing with your disagreements in more and more gracious way, and by finding more and more the reasons, the good ones, to solve also the disagreements. So by strengthening this relation with Serbia and moving forward together to boost bilateral and regional cooperation, Albania has not and will not move an inch from its firm position in support of a need for every country that has not yet done so, among all of you, including Serbia first and foremost, to recognize the Republic of Kosovo. This being said, it is high time for Kosovo and Serbia to move beyond the current stalemate in their dialogue and work bravely towards a comprehensive peace agreement by doing their respective part to adopt a EU-US-backed breakthrough. Dialogue is not just a better way. It is the sole and unique way to deal with issues, however difficult they appear, however complex they are. And I remain convinced that Open Balkans will only help facilitate this process to the benefit of all, Albanians and Serbs, Kosovo and Serbia, but also for the entire region and the wider Europe. Mr. President, let me conclude with a beautiful African proverb that says it all about our United Nations. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Thank you all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. And now the Assembly will hear an address by His Eminence Cardinal Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State of the Holy See. I request protocol to escort His Eminence. I have a great pleasure in welcoming His Eminence Cardinal Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State of the Holy See. And I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, I am pleased to extend to you and to the representatives of nations gathered here the warm greetings of Pope Francis. It is good to be together again in person. Last year, I spoke of the dark clouds hanging over humanity. While some of those have lifted, other darker clouds have gathered. Armed conflicts currently afflicts our world to an extent not seen since 1945. In addition to the misery caused by violence and cruelty, and the anxiety arising from the threat of nuclear escalation, our world continues to face the challenges of climate change, mixed migration, and the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, while food insecurity and water scarcity now affect large portions of the global population. No one can deny that the great challenges of our times are all global. At the same time, alongside the greater interconnections of problems, we are seeing a growing fragmentation of solutions, which only fuels further tensions and divisions, as well as a generalized feeling of uncertainty and instability. We need to recover our sense of shared identity as a single human family. If we do not focus on what unites us, seeking to promote the common good, there will only be growing isolation, marked by a reciprocal rejection and refusal that endangers multilateralism. Indeed, here at the United Nations, we are called to work together to restore, as Pope Francis requested, that diplomatic style that has characterized international relations from the end of the Second World War, making sure it is best able to implement its foundational charter and respond to the challenges faced by humanity. Mr. President, when Pope St. Paul VI visited this chamber, his heartfelt plea was broadcast around the world. Jamais plus la guerre, no more war. Decades later, the hard-fought progress in reducing the prevalence of armed conflict globally has been questioned. This reversal deeply concerns the Holy See. Pope Francis recognized that, unfortunately, we never learn, and the old story of competition between the greater powers continues, seeking to extend economic, ideological, and military influence. And yet, the Holy See strongly believes in multilateralism and the irreplaceable role of the United Nations. For that reason, Pope Francis speaks repeatedly in support of this organization, encouraging a process of renewal. Mr. President, this General Assembly has been working on the revitalization on various aspects of this work for some time. This process takes place against the backdrop of a crisis of credibility arising not only from its apparent impotence in times of crisis, but also from the promotion of agenda in many fora that frequently shift the focus to matters that by their divisive nature do not strictly belong to the aims of the organization. Pope Francis called this ideological colonization. Unfortunately, key decisions are now frequently made without a genuine process of negotiation in which all countries have a say. This is at odds with the true nature of multilateral diplomacy. Unfortunately, international cooperation is hindered by the flagrant imposition of contentious policies which do not enjoy agreement, particularly in the area of human rights. In this regard, there appears to be little desire on the part of specific states to recover consensus and authentic dialogue. Indeed, today it would appear that only the powerful and the well-funded prevail, reinventing human rights as they see fit. Instead, the fundamental human rights recognized in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights are firmly rooted in universal values, such that the right to life, to freedom of thought, conscience, religion, opinion, and expression, and that the institution of the family is protected. The Holy See reaffirms that human rights remain universal, objective, and firmly rooted in the God-given dignity of the human person. It is imperative that broad agreement and genuine consensus be found again soon within this organization, if it is to restore its international credibility as a true family of nations. It must extend beyond the General Assembly to the reform of those organs with effective executive capability, such as the Security Council. The landmark resolution requiring that the use of veto power be explained before the General Assembly was a welcome step in this direction. The members of the Security Council, most especially the permanent members, hold a crucial responsibility for the maintenance of peace and order in the world. When there is no shared vision or political will for peaceful coexistence, they become themselves the perpetrators of grave injustices. Only when the representatives of nations gathered here are able to place the common good above their own partisan interests will the legal framework of the United Nations system truly be the pledge of a secure and happy future. At present, however, violence continues to scar our world. The devastation that war wreaks directly upon the populations of conflict zones is compounded by the indirect impact on countless other people far from the front line. As Pope Francis has pointed out, war diverts attention and resources, but these are the objectives that demand the utmost commitment. The fight against hunger, health and education, world hunger, food insecurity and malnutrition in all its forms are alarmingly on the rise. The number of people suffering hunger in the world has risen to as many as 828 million in 2021. However, expenditure on arms, today at obscene levels only serves to increase food insecurity, restrict access to health care, and deprive generations of their rightful education. It is time to bring an end to armament hypocrisy, speaking of peace and living off weapons. Instead of squandering vast sums on military equipment, it would be far wiser to invest in avoiding war rather than preparing for it. Mr. President, the war in Ukraine has exacerbated already concerning global trends, including rising food and fuel prices and increased displacement. The conflict has also brought renewed attention to nuclear security and the risk of nuclear escalation. With the onset of conflict, a key source of staple grains and cooking oil for countries that rely on food imports was interrupted, placing millions more at risk of food insecurity and starvation. Additionally, the war has also exposed the vulnerability of short-sighted energy policies that rely exclusively on a single source of fossil fuel, rather than developing clean and sustainable alternatives. It is the poorest among us who suffer the most. Addressing this crisis requires urgent and concerted action. Furthermore, the war in Ukraine not only undermines the nuclear non-proliferation regime, but also presents us with the danger of nuclear devastation, either through escalation or accident. Any threat of nuclear weapons use is repugnant and merits unequivocal condemnation. In the meantime, Europe's largest refugee crisis since the Second World War only adds to the millions of refugees throughout Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. Mixed migration is a global phenomenon which needs to be addressed accordingly. In this regard, implementing the vision and objectives of both the Global Compact for Safe, Regular, and Orderly Migration, as well as the Global Compact on Refugees, remain among the best ways to encourage the international cooperation and burden sharing. States must continue making every effort to generate the necessary conditions for people to live in peace, security, and dignity in their countries of origin. Mr. President, our common home continues to be gravely affected by the adverse impacts of climate change. Indeed, we have grown so used to hearing of extreme weather events, and yet those phenomena are clear signs of our failure to address climate change. Moreover, multilateral environmental agreements have already laid out obligations for states party that would prove effective in tackling the threat posed by climate change. In this regard, when the international community gathers at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, it is to be hoped that there will be the political will to take more decisive and transformative decisions to protect the environment by accelerating global climate action through stronger mitigation measures, scaled up adaptation efforts, and enhanced flows of appropriate finance. On this issue, I am pleased to note that the Holy See, acting in the name and on behalf of the Vatican City State, has recently deposited the instruments of accessions both to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and to the Paris Agreement to contribute to the efforts of all states to work together to respond effectively to challenges posed by climate change. The digital environment also demands greater attention, given the increasingly important role that information and communication technologies play in our daily lives. Pope Francis points out the potential of digital technologies, which is enormous. Yet the possible negative impact of this abuse in the area of human trafficking, the planning of terrorist activities, the spread of hatred and extremism, the manipulation of information, and in the area of child abuse is equally significant. Public opinion and lawmakers are finally coming to realize this. Mr. President, this is the logic of the appeal of Pope Francis to work together for peace, not a peace based on the balance of weapons or on mutual fear, but rather one born of encounter and dialogue. For this, it is necessary to pass from the strategies of political, economic, and military power to a plan for global peace. No to a world divided among conflicting powers, yes, to a world united among peoples and civilizations that respect each other. Thank you, Mr. President.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Secretary of State of the Holy See for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Eminence. I now give the floor to His Excellency Wang Yi, State Councillor and Minister for Foreign Affairs of China.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, we are at a time fraught with challenges. COVID-19 has kept resurfacing. Global security faces uncertainty. Global economic recovery is fragile and unsteady, and various risks and crises are emerging. The world has entered a new phase of turbulence and transformation. Changes unseen in a century are accelerating. But we are also at a time full of hope. The world continues to move toward multipolarity, economic globalization is deepening, and our societies are becoming increasingly digitalized and culturally diverse. Countries are becoming ever more interconnected and interdependent. Peace and development remain the underlying trend of our times. People's call for progress and cooperation is getting louder. How should we respond to the call of our times and ride the trend of history to build a community with a shared future for mankind? China's answer is firm and clear. First, we must uphold peace and oppose war. President Xi Jinping notes that peace, like air and sunshine, is hardly noticed when we are benefited from it, but none of us can live without it. Peace is crucial for our future, and it underpins common security of all countries. Turbulence and war can only open Pandora's box, and he who instigates a proxy war can easily get himself burned. Pursuing one's own absolute security can only undermine global strategic stability. We must address differences by peaceful means and resolve disputes through dialogue and consultation. Second, we must pursue development and eliminate poverty. Development holds the key to resolving difficult issues and delivering a happy life to our people. We should place development at the center of the international agenda, build international consensus on promoting development, and upholding all countries' legitimate right to development. We should, fostering new drivers for global development, forge a global development partnership, and see that everyone in every country benefits more from the fruits of development in a more equitable way. Third, we must remain open and oppose exclusion. President Xi pointed out that openness is the sure way to human prosperity and advancement. Protectionism can only boomerang, and decoupling and supply chain disruption will hurt everyone. We should stay true to openness and inclusiveness and tear down fences and barriers that hinder the free flow of factors of production. We should uphold the WTO-centered multilateral trading system and work for an open world economy. Fourth, we must seek cooperation and oppose confrontation. As we face a host of global challenges, our biggest strength will come from solidarity. Our best strategy is to stick together, and the only way forward is through win-win cooperation. It is natural that countries might have their differences and problems, but they should increase mutual understanding on the basis of equality and respect. We should engage in dialogue, consultation, and win-win cooperation, and reject conflict, coercion, and the zero-sum game. We should jointly oppose group politics and bloc confrontation. Fifth, we must strengthen solidarity and oppose division. President Xi stated that countries around the world are like passengers on the same ship who share a common stake. All of us should pull together to navigate the ship through storm toward a bright future. Our world must embrace diverse civilizations in order to make continuous advances, and mankind must pursue an inclusive path in order to achieve modernization. Peace, development, fairness, justice, democracy, and freedom are common values of humanity. Difference in system should not be used as an excuse to create division. Still less should democracy and human rights be used as tools or weapons to achieve political ends. We should stand against drawing ideological lines and expand common ground to promote world peace and development. Sixth, we must uphold equity and oppose bullying. Mutual respect and equity of countries big and small is a primary principle of the UN Charter. Major international issues should be handled by all countries and international rules drawn up by all countries together. No country is above others, and no country should abuse its power to bully other sovereign countries. We should advocate and practice true multilateralism, promote equity of all countries in terms of rights, rules, and opportunities, and build a new type of international relations featuring mutual respect, equity, and justice, and win-win cooperation. Mr. President, colleagues, China, as a permanent member of the Security Council and the world's largest developing country, is committed to solidarity and cooperation with other countries. It will follow the trend of the times and pursue the shared interests of the vast majority of countries. China has been engaging in building global peace. We have actively promoted international peace and participated in international arms control, disarmament, and non-proliferation process. China is the top contributor of peacekeeping personnel among the P5, and it is the second largest founding contributor to both the UN and its peacekeeping operations. China is the only country in the world that pledges to keep to a path of peaceful development in its constitution. It is the only one among the 5 nuclear weapon states that is committed to no first use of nuclear weapons. It has thus made important contribution to global strategic stability. In response to the various security challenges, President Xi proposed the Global Security Initiative. He called on the international community to pursue common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security, to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries, to abide by the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, to take the legitimate security concerns of all countries seriously, to peacefully resolve disputes through dialogue and consultation, and to maintain security in both traditional and non-traditional domains, thus contributing China's vision to reducing the peace deficit facing humanity and providing China's input to meeting global security challenges. China has been contributing to global development. We have worked to build a system of high standard opening up and keep the global industrial and supply chains secure and stable. China is a major trading partner of over 130 countries and regions. Contributing about 30% of annual global growth, China is the biggest engine driving the global economy. China is a pace setter in implementing the 2030 agenda. It has met the poverty reduction goal 10 years ahead of schedule and accounts for over 70% of the gains in global poverty reduction. China is also an active participant in global governance and South-South cooperation. It has set up the China UN Peace and Development Trust Fund and the Global Development and South-South Cooperation Fund. It has provided development aid to more than 160 countries in need and extended more debt service payments owed by developing countries than any other G20 member. At the 76th Unga session, President Xi proposed the Global Development Initiative. Putting the people front and center, the GDI is a rallying call to refocus global attention on development and build a global community of development. At the recent high-level dialogue on global development, President Xi announced dozens of major concrete steps to implement the GDI, generating strong impetus for accelerating the implementation of the 2030 agenda. On the margins of this Unga session, China hosted a ministerial meeting of the Group of Friends of the GDI, building more consensus on pursuing this initiative. As China forges ahead, its fast train of development will continue to drive global growth and deliver more benefits to people of all countries. China has been upholding the international order. We are committed to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, the UN-centered international system, and the international order based on international law. China has been involved in multilateral affairs in all fields. It is a member of almost all universal intergovernmental organizations and a party to over 600 international conventions. It has concluded more than 27,000 bilateral treaties and fulfilled in good faith its international obligations. China abides by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and has made relentless efforts to protect and strengthen its human rights. We stand firmly against attempts to politicize human rights and worked to promote healthy development of international human rights cooperation. As a member of the developing world, China will forever stand with other developing countries. We are heartened to see the rapid progress achieved by the developing world in recent years, and we will continue to speak up for other developing countries, help them overcome difficulties, and support efforts to raise the representation and say of developing countries in international affairs. Developing countries are no longer the silent majority in international and multilateral processes. With stronger solidarity, China and other developing countries have spoken out for justice and become a pillar of promoting development cooperation and safeguarding equity and justice. China has been providing public goods, In the face of COVID-19, China has fully advanced and engaged in global cooperation against the virus. We have done our best to provide anti-COVID supplies and shared our practices on COVID response. China is among the first to promise making COVID vaccines a global public good and to support waiving intellectual property rights on the vaccines. China has provided over 2.2 billion doses of vaccines to more than 120 countries and international organizations. In response to tough challenges confronting global development, President Xi proposed to advance high-quality Belt and Road cooperation, an initiative widely endorsed by the international community. China has signed cooperation documents with 149 countries and 32 international organizations. We have set up the AIIB and the Silk Road Fund, thus building the broadest and most inclusive platforms for international cooperation. In response to the shared concerns about data security, we have launched the Global Initiative on Data Security as our contribution to formulating rules on global data security. In response to climate change, China is committed to a development path that puts ecological conservation first, one of green and low carbon growth. We announced the ambitious carbon peaking and carbon neutrality goals and are working to implement the Paris Agreement. China accounts for 1/4 of all the trees planted globally. We are making unremitting efforts for a community of life for man and nature. In response to global food security challenges, China has put forth a cooperation initiative on global food security. This year, we have provided over 15,000 tons of emergency humanitarian food assistance to other developing countries in need. China has been mediating hotspot issues. As a responsible major country, China has explored workable Chinese approaches to solving hotspot issues. While adhering to the principle of non-interference and respecting the will and needs of the countries concerned, China has endeavored to help settle hotspot issues in a constructive way. Our approach is to promote peace through talks, which is fair and pragmatic and aims to address both the symptoms and root causes of hotspot issues. China supports all efforts conducive to the peaceful resolution of the Ukraine crisis. The pressing priority is to facilitate talks for peace. The fundamental solution is to address the legitimate security concerns of all parties and build a balanced, effective, and sustainable security architecture. We call on all parties concerned to keep the crisis from spilling over and protect the legitimate rights and interests of developing countries. The Palestinian question is at the heart of the Middle East issue. Justice is already late, but it must not be absent. The two-state solution is crucial for upholding fairness and justice. China will continue to support the Palestinian people in pursuing their just cause of restoring legitimate national rights. To resolve the Korean nuclear issue, it is important to address its root cause. We need to follow the dual-track approach and the principle of taking phased and synchronized steps and jointly uphold peace and stability on the peninsula and resolve the issue through dialogue and consultation. Afghanistan is in a critical transition from chaos to order. The right way forward is to put in place an inclusive political framework and adopt moderate policies. The goal should be to resume economic growth and improve people's lives, with fighting terrorism and integrating into the region being the priorities. A few countries have arbitrarily imposed unilateral sanctions, cut off development aid, and frozen lawful assets of other countries. This is an unacceptable practice that must be corrected. China firmly supports the Cuban people in their just struggle to defend their sovereignty and oppose external interference and blockade. The abuse of guns is becoming an increasingly serious problem across the world. China has decided to launch its domestic procedure to ratify the UN's Firearms Protocol, which will contribute to strengthening global cooperation on gun control and closing the security deficit. Mr. President, colleagues, since ancient times, Taiwan has been an inseparable part of China's territory. China's sovereignty and territorial integrity has never been severed. And the fact that the mainland and Taiwan belong to one and the same China has never changed. All of us Chinese have never ceased our efforts to realize reunification. It is explicitly stated in the Cairo Declaration and the Potsdam Proclamation issued 70-odd years ago that all the territories Japan has stolen from the Chinese, including Taiwan and the Penghu Islands, shall be restored to China. This is an important part of the post-war international order. 51 years ago, right in this August hall, the General Assembly adopted Resolution 2758 with an overwhelming majority, which decided to restore the lawful seat of the PRC in the UN and to expel the representatives of the Taiwan authorities from the place they had unlawfully occupied. The so-called dual representation proposal put forth by the US and a few others to keep Taiwan's seat became nothing but a piece of paper. Once and for all, Resolution 2758 resolved politically, legally, and procedurally the issue of the representation of the whole of China, including Taiwan, in the UN and international institutions. Now, it completely blocked any attempt by anyone or any country to create two Chinas or one China, one Taiwan. The One China principle has become a basic norm in international relations and a consensus of the international community. When entering into diplomatic relations with China, 181 countries all recognized and accepted that there is but one China in the world and Taiwan is a part of China, and that the PRC government is the sole legal government representing the whole of China. By firmly upholding the One China principle, China is not only upholding its sovereignty and territorial integrity, but also truly safeguarding peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait, the principle of non-interference, a basic norm in international relations that is vital for developing countries. China will continue to work for peaceful reunification with the greatest sincerity and efforts. To realize this goal, we must combat Taiwan independence separatist activities with the firmest resolve and take the most forceful steps to repulse external interference. Only by resolutely forestalling separatist activities can we forge a true foundation for peaceful reunification. Only when China is completely reunified can there be enduring peace across the Taiwan Strait. Any scheme to interfere in China's internal affairs is bound to meet the strong opposition of all Chinese, and any move to obstruct China's reunification is bound to be crushed by the wheels of history. The international community closely follows China's development. Since the 18th CPC National Congress, 10 years ago, socialism with Chinese characteristics has entered a new era. In the past decade, China has made historic achievements and transformation in pursuing economic and social development. In this decade, it also realized a historic leap in its relations with the world and made historic contributions to the international community. China is fully implementing a new development philosophy of innovative, coordinated, green, and open development for all, and is pursuing high-quality development and fostering a new development paradigm. With the strong leadership of the CPC, concerted efforts of the 1.4 billion people, the strengths of socialism with Chinese characteristics, a solid foundation underpinning sustained rapid development, and strong confidence in achieving development through its own efforts, China will enjoy sustained and sound development, usher in even brighter prospects, and make more miracles come true. Mr. President, colleagues, with 1/5 of the global population, China's march toward modernization has important, far-reaching significance for the world. The path that China pursues is one of peace and development, not plunder and colonialization. It is a path of win-win cooperation, not zero-sum game, and it is one of harmony between man and nature, not destructive exploitation of resources. We will continue to contribute our input to meeting the challenges facing human development and make our contribution to creating a new form of human advancement. Next month, the CPC will convene its 20th National Congress. This Congress will, in response to the expectation of all the Chinese people, set well-conceived goals and tasks for China's development in the next 5 years and beyond, and draw an overarching plan for China's future development. Having reached a new historical starting point, China will follow the Chinese path to modernization to achieve its national rejuvenation. China will work with other countries to safeguard peace and development, shoulder the responsibility for boosting solidarity and progress, build a community with a shared future for mankind, and embrace an even better world. Thank you all.
I thank the State Councillor and Minister for Foreign Affairs of China. I now give the floor to His Excellency Phạm Bình Minh, Deputy Prime Minister of Vietnam.
Mr. President, I join others in congratulating Mr. President on his elections as President of the 77 sections of the General Assembly. Vietnam has full confidence in your able leadership and guidance, and will work with you to steer the work of the Assembly to success. I thank Mr. Abdullah Shahi, President of the 76th section, for his important contributions to the work of the General Assembly, and to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for the leadership and innovation instilled in the organization over the past year. Mr. President, we are at a watershed moment in history. Confrontation, conflicts, and violations of international law continue to intensify, mirroring great power competition and unilateralism. Global military expenditure surged to a record high $2.1 trillion, while the international community failed to mobilize $100 billion for climate actions. The nuclear risk reaches its highest point in decades, but that was still not enough for the NPT review conference to achieve any collective commitment to action. The outbreak of armed conflicts and heightened tension, especially between major powers, have made the international security climate more volatile than at any time since the Cold War. The climate crisis and other non-traditional security risks threaten our very existence. The COVID-19 pandemic have wreaked havoc on health systems, economies, and societies worldwide. Poverty, inequalities, violence, and exclusion are denying the rights of millions to the basic necessities of life. With less than a decade to go, the Sustainable Development Goals are even further off track. Facing these multiple crises, developing countries and vulnerable groups who lack the capacity, resources, and resilience to cope with external shocks are those hardest hit. To reverse this course, we must fundamentally change our ways of thinking and doing things. This entails reshaping a global approach to address global issues, enhancing resilience, and placing people at the core of all development efforts. And key to such an approach is international solidarity, and partnership at all levels. We know this from our own history. International solidarity has been crucial for the success of Vietnam's national liberations and reunification. Multilateralization and diversification of partnership, meanwhile, have proven indispensable in Vietnam's foreign policies of independence, self-reliance, peace, cooperation, and development. They have opened the door for Vietnam to the world and helped bring catalytic resources to propel Vietnam's Đổi mới renovation process. They have helped improve the lives of tens of millions of Vietnamese and brought prosperity to a formerly war-torn country and now confidently on a path to become a developed, high-income country by 2045. But I believe the experience of Vietnam is not an exception. There is abundance of stories about how solidarity and partnership triumph over mistrust and fragmentations and bring about positive change. Mr. President, as we move forward in the spirit of solidarity and partnership, I wish to underline 4 key points. First, a confrontational and zero-sum game approach must be eliminated. Imposition, interventions, and unilateral acts have no place in the good conduct of international affairs. Major powers are particularly looked upon to behave responsibly and work for the common good and not their own selfish interests. Vietnam calls for strengthened multilateralism and international cooperation in the spirit of openness, inclusiveness, equality, and mutual benefit. Major UN and international agendas, especially the 2030 Agenda and climate actions, must not be put on hold due to isolated disagreements among countries. We must stay focused on our common goals and responsibilities. We stand in firm solidarity with the people of Cuba and call for the immediate lifting of the unilateral embargoes against Cuba, contrary to international law. Second, our actions, both individually and collectively, must be guided by and in accordance with international law and the UN Charter. Vietnam firmly believes that respect for international law, especially vis-à-vis the respect for sovereign equality, political independence, and territorial integrity of states. The peaceful settlement of disputes is the most effective and viable measures to prevent conflicts and promote sustainable peace and security. Constructive dialogue and respect for the legitimate rights and interests of all parties in accordance with international law are key to resolving differences and reducing tensions. Vietnam calls for the cessation of hostilities in Ukraine and stands ready to contribute to the diplomatic process and the reconstruction and rehabilitation of Ukraine. Third, we need strong and effective multilateral institutions with the UN at the heart to best address global challenges. They are best positioned to initiate and incubate transformative ideas, approaches, and solutions, and to forge partnership and mobilize resources for the implementations of these initiatives. Vietnam welcomes the forward-looking proposals in the Secretary General's Our Common Agenda report. We will engage actively in the deliberations of these proposals and in the preparations of the summit for the future and the SDG summit. We have high hopes for this summit. This summit will provide concrete, meaningful, and long-lasting commitments and actions. Fourth, regional organizations can pioneer and play a prominent role in bolstering multilateral cooperation. In Southeast Asia, ASEAN is doing its part to help address regional and global issues. We are working to build a strong and united ASEAN community and advance the central role of ASEAN in the regional security architecture. Building a broad and extensive network of partnership, ASEAN has created a premier forum for strategic dialogue, engaging important partners of the region, especially with major powers. ASEAN is working hard to implement the 5-point consensus to have 5 comprehensive solutions to the situations in Myanmar. Vietnam underlines the need for maintaining peace, stability, maritime safety, and security in the South China Sea, and call on all parties to resolve disputes by peaceful means with full respect for legal and diplomatic processes. We call on parties to exercise self-restraint, refrain from unilateral activities, and attempts to change the status quo, and not to threaten or to use force in accordance with international law, including the United Nations Charter and UNCLOS 1982. Mr. President, this year, Vietnam celebrates its 45th year as a member of the United Nations. Since that September Day in 1977, the UN has been a trusted friend and reliable partner, standing with us in our most difficult time of post-war reconstruction, and more recently in the fight against COVID-19, and accompanying us on our path of Doi Moi renovation, improving our people's life and advancing the country's development. Welcoming Vietnam to the United Nations 45 years ago, President of the 32nd sections of the General Assembly highlighted Vietnam's dedication to the purposes and principles and affirmed that, and I quote, "The admission of Vietnam marks a further step towards consolidating peace and security in the world." End of quote. 45 years on, and this statement remains valid. Vietnam's history and its vision for the future has always been intimately linked with the aspirations for peace and development. We have consistently supported and pursued a balanced and constructive approach in seeking lasting solutions to global issues. As members of major UN bodies, most recently the Security Council, Vietnam has consistently underlined the importance to uphold the UN Charter and to ensure that the UN best serves the needs and interests of all members. Our men and women are proudly serving in UN peacekeeping missions in South Sudan, Abyei, and Central African Republic. Vietnam is sparing no efforts to realize our commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, an ambitious goal given the level of development and technology capacity of Vietnam. At the Human Rights Council, Vietnam has consistently worked to advance mutual understanding and respect, foster dialogue and cooperation. We lead efforts to promote the rights of vulnerable groups in the context of climate change. And now, we are aspiring a seat at the Human Rights Council for the term 2023 to 2025. I hope we can count on your valuable support, just as you can count on us as a reliable, responsive, and constructive partner in the promotions and protections of human rights for all. Mr. President, in unity there is strength. With solidarity and partnership, there is power. Let us work together in unity, solidarity, and a spirit of partnership to surmount the interlocking challenges we all are facing together. In this watershed moment, for the sake of sustainable peace and development in the world. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister of Vietnam. I now give the floor to His Excellency Salam Sai Komasit, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Laos People's Democratic Republic.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by extending my sincere congratulations to His Excellency Sabah Gorosi on his election as President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. And I wish him a successful presidency of this UNGA session. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Lao People's Democratic Republic in this August Assembly. Mr. President, we are at a critical juncture when the international community is facing multifaceted challenges ranging from armed conflicts to environmental crisis and economic downturn that set back global development. Multilateralism is always at the heart of international cooperation, has been undermined by unilateralism, has been applied widely. These challenges, already exacerbated by COVID-19 pandemic, have hindered and reversed the development gains attained during the past decades. The implementations of the SDG has never before been so tarnished. It is disheartening that the most vulnerable peoples and countries are now suffering the most. Countries in special situations such as LDCs, LLDC, and SEEDs, which have endured the most difficult period coping with COVID-19 impacts, are additionally confronting climate, food, energy crisis. It is more alarming than ever for the international community to find solutions, not only transformative, but also more practical, effective, action-oriented, sustainable, and tailored to the most pressing need, so the most vulnerable are not left behind. Mr. President, 77 years after the United Nations was formed, we shall no longer be here in this august assembly to state any claim, lecture, blame, or shame one another. Our world needs greater attention, concerted effort, and common desire. We, as stipulated in the Charter, are the people of the United Nations. We shall gather here to find the most appropriate solution and take the most urgent action to address the problem we are all facing today. This cannot be done without firmly upholding the principle of the UN Charter and preserving multilateralism. Our United Nations was founded
to prevent another catastrophic world war. Our shared wisdom and political will to find the most pragmatic and suitable solution to multiple crises threatening us all today must lie on the top of other individual interests. In doing so, we must strengthen our solidarity, cooperation, and collaboration, and must not create confrontation and division. As such, it is necessary, and after more than 7 decades, that the United Nations revitalizes and increases its ability to effectively address global problems. In this context, the United Nations needs to effectively fulfill its mandate in maintaining international peace and security, as well as promoting development cooperation. It is our common desire that the United Nations be transformed in order to respond to the current global landscape and needs in our joint effort to overcome the unfolding challenges which threaten international peace and development. The international community must find peaceful and lasting resolution to any conflict and disputes around the world, including the Middle East problem. We believe that unilateral sanction or measures cannot be effective, as it is not only contravened to the principle of the Charter of the United Nations and international law, but also hampers the national development of other countries. Sanctions, regardless to their forms, will not only end up compromising one's own interests as well as those of others, and inflicts suffering on everyone. We must also give more opportunity to peaceful solutions based on our mutual interests and build an environment conducive to development so as to safeguard the lasting peace and prosperity for all. In this regard, my delegation once again joined overwhelming global call for lifting of the economic embargo on Cuba and putting an end to all unilateral coercive measures which have caused more negative impacts on the innocent people. Mr. President, ASEAN has enjoyed long-lasting peace, security, stability, which serve as favorable conditions for the national socio-economic development of all member states. We in ASEAN continue to promote regionalism and multilateralism that emphasize the importance of centrality, unity, and inclusivity, mutual benefit and respect, which form a solid foundation in all essential frameworks of ASEAN cooperation in ASEAN. The Lao PDR has actively participated and contributed with great responsibility under the framework of ASEAN to promote peace and stability. On this note, the Lao PDR considers the role played by ASEAN as crucial in creating an environment conducive to a return to normalcy in Myanmar, and we should continue to engage Myanmar so as to ensure the continuation of delivery of humanitarian assistance to the people of Myanmar and explore ways and means to ensure Myanmar full and effective implementation of the 5-point consensus towards tangible outcome. Mr. President, since the inception of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in 2015, the Lao government has presented 2 voluntary national reviews in 2018 and 2021, reflecting progress made and challenges encountered in the implementation of SDGs through the National Socio-Economic Development Plan and 2030 Vision and Green Growth Strategy. Nevertheless, throughout the past 3 years, the COVID-19 pandemic has imposed direct impact on socio-economic development of every country, especially the least developed countries, including the Lao PDR. Therefore, the progress made prior to COVID-19 in the implementation of our national development and international commitment like SDG and others has been severely undermined, affecting the livelihood of the people in all dimensions. In addition, we are also facing extreme weather events due to climate change.
Packaging.
Other countries, the Lao PDR remains vulnerable to external shocks and has been severely affected by natural disasters, especially extensive floodings.
मैंने कुछ नहीं किया
Over
है
the past years, our government
तक
has
में
attached great importance to combating climate change through the implementation of the revised nationally determined contribution that clearly outlines ambitious targets of the national action for tackling and mitigating climate change toward achieving net zero emission by 2050. To this end, there is pressing need for adequate financial resources and technical support for gaining access to climate finance and other sources of funding to support developing countries, especially LDCs, LDC, and SEEDs, to achieve their development goals and commitment made under the Paris Agreement. In this regard, we call for renewed political will coupled with concrete action taken by international community in the upcoming COP27 to preserve our planet for many generations to come. Mr. President, having recognized multidimensional challenges and special needs of a group of countries in special situations, the Lao PDR is strongly committed to the implementation of the internationally agreed development goals and program of actions for LDCs and LDCs and LDCs and other UN development cooperation frameworks. The Lao PDR remains hopeful and firmly believes that multilateralism, with the United Nations as the lead institution, the multiple crises and challenges in the international community is facing can be appropriately addressed. We are strongly committed to supporting conflict resolution through peaceful means, guided by the UN Charter and other relevant international laws. We trust that development cooperation for common interests and shared benefit must continue to be at the core of international relations. Towards this end, more action-oriented solutions and non-politicized approaches must be adopted. It is our hope that this UNGA 77 will offer opportunities to enhance our solidarity and revive sustainable development path in order for us to ensure transformative solutions for better livelihoods of our people and planet. I would like to end my statement by expressing on behalf of the Lao government and people my sincere appreciation to all member states for the kind support for our membership of the ECOSOC for the period 2023-2025. We stand ready to humbly serve and make meaningful contribution to the work of ECOSOC, and we pledge to discharge our duties in advancing partnership towards a more resilient and sustainable world. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. I now give the floor to His Excellency Don Pramudwinai, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Thailand.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, I would like on the outset to extend my warmest congratulations for your election as President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. And this congratulations also go to your entire team of the presidency. Please rest assured of Thailand's full support as you undertake to fulfill your important mission. We are at the watershed moment as an international community and as the United Nations. We stand at a point where the decision we make and the actions we pursue can shape the world and shape the course of humanity for years to come. But we can only do it together, guided by our shared interest and based on mutual respect. The COVID-19 pandemic has only exacerbated the inequality gaps. It has reversed at least 4 years of development gains, according to the UNDP, and at a time when the world is trying to recover from the 2 years of pandemic, our problems are compounded with multiple challenges. We are seeing new conflicts on top of global geopolitical tensions. We are experiencing the food crisis, the energy crisis, and the financing crisis. These have had the most detrimental impact on those who are most vulnerable, that is LDC and the small island development states, the SIDS, and vulnerable groups such as women, girls, the elderly, and people with disability. Collective action is certainly needed now. Mr. President, the food crisis has affected us all. This global food insecurity stems from the conflicts, climate change disruption, to supply chain and uneven recovery from the COVID-19. There is thus an urgent need to strengthen multilateral action among like-minded partners, United Nations agencies, WTO, and international institutions in facilitating a constructive dialogue and improving policy coordination to address this crisis. It is certainly vital to keep our global supply chains open for seamless cross-border flows of food, fertilizer, and essential goods, by also making our food system more resilient so that equitable access to safe and healthy food for all can be guaranteed. Thailand is prepared to work in partnership with countries and international organizations to realize this vision. In this context, Thailand welcomes the Black Sea Grain Initiative, established by the United Nations to open a safe corridor for grain transportation that would help ease a global food crisis. This initiative further stresses the importance of international cooperation under the UN's framework in order to respond to new global challenges. In addition to overcoming food insecurity, we also need to overcome health insecurity. As we learned from the pandemic, good health for all is critical. And that's why universal health coverage should be a high priority for us all. We need to ensure access to quality essential healthcare services and access to safe, effective, quality, and affordable essential medicines and vaccines for everyone. We must continue to promote and protect the right to the highest attainable standard of health as part of our commitment to human rights. We must continue to invest in promoting a more inclusive social protection system for all, as called for by the Secretary General in the Our Common Agenda report. To reinforce this, the global health architecture needs to be reformed, both structurally and functionally, to address the current shortcomings and systemic failures of health systems. And that's why Thailand fully supports the development of a legally binding international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and responses under the WHO. The new instrument must place equity at its heart to ensure self-reliance of developing countries when faced with pandemic, especially through enhancing their capacity to manufacture certain medical countermeasures. With better food and health security, we will be better positioned to putting the Sustainable Development Goals back on track. In doing so, a human rights-based approach is needed to ensure that the rights and basic needs of all persons are guaranteed, especially the rights and needs of those most vulnerable and furthest behind. This will help enhance our resilience and capacity to cope with the future crisis. SDGs serve both ways and both as a pathway and the end goals in ensuring survival of our present and future generations. As we have only 8 years left to attain the SDGs, we need to employ every tool at our disposal, from science, technology, and innovation, to working in partnership at every level to drive this agenda forward. Because without sustainable development, there is no future. We need to promote North-South and South-South cooperation and the integration of 2030 agenda with other cooperation frameworks, both at the global and regional levels. And that's why ESCAP and ASEAN are working to enhance the complementarity between the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal agenda and the 2025 ASEAN vision. Thailand's hosting of the Global South-South Development Expo with ESCAP and the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation in Bangkok last week also demonstrates the importance we place on the development cooperation, especially among developing countries. Furthermore, financing for development and finding innovative sources of finance is key to the transforming SDGs from mere aspiration to reality for all. Thailand agrees with the Secretary General's proposal in promoting cooperation with lending or leading global financial institutions to mobilize finance to drive forward the SDGs while improving financial liquidity for least developed countries. And to promote sustainable development, Thailand has adopted the Bio-Circular Green Economy model, or BCG, as a means to achieve a more balanced development in this recovery phase. The BCG economy model utilizes science, technology, and innovation to encourage the optimization of resources for environmentally friendly economic growth. In pursuing sustainable development, we need to ensure balance between our people-centered approaches and protecting our planet. And to this end, Thailand is ready to work with the international community to contain the triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. Thailand is committed to promoting international cooperation for the protection of the environment, including on the negotiations on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework and the international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution. In tackling climate change, Thailand stands firm in our pledge at COP26 last year to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2065. And without adequate support, Thailand will be able to increase its nationally determined contribution, or NDC, target to 40% while achieving net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2050. And this is not an empty promise. Thailand will submit our NDC and long-term low greenhouse gas emission development strategies that reflect those goals ahead of the 2022 United Nations Climate Change Conference, or COP26 at Sharm el-Sheikh. Meanwhile, the pledges of developed countries must also be fulfilled. I urge this country to keep their promise of providing financial, technological, and capacity-building support to developing countries and to deliver on the climate finance goal of $10 100 billion USD annually as soon as possible. Equal attention should be paid on mitigation and adaptation. Thailand stands ready to work with Egypt and all partners at COP26 in this regard. Mr. President, we need to restore faith and confidence in the multilateralism and our United Nations. An important step to achieving this is to reverse the polarization at this body by working more closely on issues that bring us together. Addressing humanitarian concerns is one such issue. Thailand will continue to work closely with the international community, taking into account the needs of the affected country to address urgent humanitarian challenges through bilateral, regional, and multilateral efforts according to the key humanitarian principles without politicization. We have supported humanitarian work in Afghanistan through the World Food Program and made contributions for Ukraine through the Ukrainian Red Cross and UNICEF. As for Myanmar, Thailand has worked with partners to provide humanitarian assistance to the Myanmar people in need through various programs at bilateral level, including donation of 1 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines, and through ASEAN. Financially, or financial contributions were also made to support the work of international organizations such as UNICEF, WHO, WFP, and ICRC. As an immediate neighbor with the longest land border, 2,470 kilometers long, it is in Thailand's vital interest to see a quick return to peace and stability in Myanmar. We call on all parties in Myanmar to urgently undertake steps to de-escalate, end violence, and engage in meaningful talks to resolve differences peacefully. Thailand fully supports the constructive role of ASEAN and believes that ASEAN is best placed to help Myanmar through the time-tested ASEAN practice of consultation, cooperation, and consensus. Thailand will continue to play an active and constructive role to support this ASEAN process, as well as the role of Special Envoy of the UNSG on Myanmar. And as a strong believer of multilateralism, Thailand stands ready to continue to do its part to promote multilateral and international cooperation at all levels. Sustainable development and human rights are intertwined and mutually reinforcing. They are vital in ensuring an environment of peace and prosperity. Thailand hereby presents candidacy for the UN Human Rights Council, HRC, membership for the term 2025 to 2027. And if elected, we can help strengthen the council and its mechanism to reach out to those vulnerable and those furthest behind, and to bring meaningful and real positive changes on the ground. Thailand also firmly believes that a close regional cooperation can complement the multilateral system and reinforce the global agenda. This year, Thailand plays host to Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, or APEC, meeting under the theme of Open, Connect, and Balance. Such theme signifies the willingness to embrace every opportunity, connect in all dimensions, and balance in all aspects. This highlights Thailand's commitment in promoting multilateral cooperation that will hopefully lead to a more balanced and sustainable development after the COVID-19 pandemic. We look forward to welcoming the world leaders to Bangkok in November, as Thailand is fully open and ready to welcome visitors once again. Mr. President and distinguished delegates, despite the challenges and difficulties at this critical juncture in the history of humanity, Thailand continues to have faith in multilateral system with the United Nations at its core, and we remain confident that the goodwill and shared common interests of humanity will help us make the right decision at this watershed moment, so that we can move together towards a more stable, sustainable, and safer future with no person or country left behind. Now, let me add this very brief account to the end of my statement. A few days ago, a sentiment was expressed by the EU foreign policy chief when he said, "Don't rule out the possibilities of the use of nuclear weapons at the Ukraine crisis." An Oriental saying has it, which could be related to this context. It pertains to the enjoyment of riding a beast, whether it's a tiger or the dragon. But let's put a tiger in this context. Riding the tiger back could be fun and challenging. But no one could enjoy riding its back with no end in sight. The question is how to dismount with safety without killing the tiger. Certainly, the question of how to is daunting. Here, we have a suggestion which has taken all elements into account and definitely not a realpolitik free. A possible breakthrough could be apparent during the month of November. As the third week of the penultimate month of the year offers a golden opportunity for all super stakeholders of the Ukraine crisis to assemble at 3 venues in South Asia as legitimate participants. The 3 venues, one in Phnom Penh for ASEAN Summit, another in Bali for G20, and the third in Bangkok, Thailand for APEC leaders meeting. They could separately or in a series serve as a most appropriate platform for talks to provide possible off-ramp or exit to this high-tension global crisis in Ukraine. The world body, UN, with all its relevant roles and mechanisms to help safeguard peace and stability, could certainly join in at any juncture to add value to these endeavors. So let's hope that this golden opportunity is not passed up by all the superpowers, super stakeholders with regard to the high tension Ukraine crisis. I thank you. Thank you very much.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Thailand. I now give the floor to His Excellency Demeke Mekonnen Hassan, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia.
Excellency, President of the General Assembly, Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, the peace-loving people of our world, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, I congratulate you and your country, Hungary, on your election as the President of the General Assembly. I would also like to thank His Excellency Abdullah Shahid for his service and leadership during the 76th General Assembly. I have the greatest honor to speak before this august assembly representing my country, Ethiopia.
We're at a historic crossroads in the evolution of our multilateral system. Humanity is facing multiple and complex challenges ranging from climate change, extreme poverty, conflicts, terrorism, and geopolitical tensions. The consequences of these global challenges are of epic proportions and leave adverse socio-political impacts across the world. Nevertheless, international cooperation is not at a level near the gravity of the challenge. Although climate change and the resulting extreme weather conditions occur throughout the globe, the crisis largely affects the minimally resilient and the least responsible for causing the problem. A case in point is our region, the Horn of Africa, which in some part is highly hit by record level drought while sustaining extreme flooding in other parts. Mr. President, climate disaster and its insufferable impacts are preventable. I therefore make an urgent call to all states gathered here to translate rhetoric into action. We must realize our climate finance commitments to build resilience and mitigate impact. We should act to meet our emission reduction targets. This requires focused coordination, non-politicization, avoidance of securitization, and good faith cooperation among all stakeholders. I must emphasize, Africa is not responsible for the historic emissions that caused the climate crisis. Yet, we are the ones making the most tangible contribution to mitigate the impacts of climate change. In Ethiopia, our afforestation program, the Ethiopian Green Legacy initiative, saw the planting of billions of seedlings and created a strong culture of afforestation. We are also on a path to sustainable energy transformation and green growth. These proactive programs deserve recognition and tangible support. Mr. President, we have a shared planet and a common destiny. Overcoming our collective challenges require concerted efforts and trusted global leadership. We are gathered here because our forefathers, learning from the tragic episodes of human history, decided to establish the United Nations as the guardian of peace. However, we are yet to achieve true universality in the main organs of the United Nations. Africa has no permanent seats at the UN Security Council. Our quest for African solutions to African problems is yet to be given the respect and support it deserves. We believe these considerations underpin the credibility of the Council in the continent. African problems are sustainably addressed when approached in the true context of the region and take full account of the strategic interests and aspirations of the countries concerned. It is only when we do this and uphold regional solutions we could start reducing the proliferation and overextended study of African issues in the UN Security Council. Mr. President, for the past 4 years, Ethiopia has made significant progress in its socio-economic development and democratization. These years have also been compounded by challenges that tested our survival as a nation. In November 2020, the most heinous and treasonous attack was waged against the Ethiopian National Defense Force that protected not only the peace and stability of Ethiopia, but also helped keep peace in other countries on behalf of the United Nations and the African Union. The criminal group that remains hell-bent in destroying societal foundation of our country colluded with external actors opposed to our development aspirations. The insecurity this group created has been very tragic and costly. Yet, the government of Ethiopia has earnestly tried to avoid this conflict. Regrettably, our efforts to prevent the conflict from igniting were not successful. Thanks to the resolve and determination of Ethiopians, the designs of our adversaries against Ethiopia's progress have been frustrated. We have also paved a path for peace and recovery, relying on the ability of the peace-loving people of Ethiopia to reconcile, make peace among ourselves, and start the process of healing. We thus call for support to our agenda for peace, reconciliation, and reconstruction. We also urge respect for and support to the EU-led peace process. Any other approach, including the politicization of human rights and unilateral coercive measures, will not yield any positive outcome. Mr. President, the past year has also been a milestone for my country and we believe to the entire Nile River Basin. Our project, the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, commenced lighting our homes and fulfilling our intergenerational aspiration. All the glory and gratitude go to the people of Ethiopia who financed this project. The dividend goes far and wide to the entire region. Taking this opportunity, I reiterate Ethiopia's commitment to equity and cooperation in the use of transboundary rivers and shared prosperity with all riparian countries. We will continue in good faith the trilateral negotiation under the auspices of the African Union to reach a mutually acceptable outcome. Mr. President, over the past 3 years, the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals encountered serious setbacks. The global COVID-19 pandemic has tested our health system. Global trade in goods and services was halted, causing a great deal of loss to our economies. The response by international financial institutions has been below the required level and did not account for the special vulnerability of least developed countries. As the Secretary General of the United Nations put it, it is necessary to turbocharge the implementation of the SDGs. We call for enhanced focus and support to national efforts to improve agricultural and manufacturing productivity, increase investment, facilitate technology transfer, foster fair trade, redouble debt cancellation, and restructuring, and enhance international finance for national priority projects. Furthermore, we should enhance the efforts to combat illicit financial flows, unlawful extradition and trade of minerals, and corruption. Africa's youthful population and its vast natural resources should be a source of growth and better jobs. Africa can be the showcase for green and sustainable development. It can feed and power itself and the world. This requires reform of the global financial architecture to ensure more equitable, speedy, and collaborative cooperation based on the needs and potential of least developed countries. More importantly, we must actively support governments that work to create a conducive environment for the prosperity of their countries. In addition, Africa's effort to chart its destiny must not be complicated by big power competition. Mr. President, allow me to conclude by re-emphasizing the need to scale up international cooperation. The gravity of the challenge we face today demands us to come together in search of collective solution. We need more, not less, multilateralism. We shall continue to uphold our cardinal principles of independence, impartiality, integrity, non-interference, sovereign equality, and non-selective to maintain a working multilateral system rooted in the Charter of the United Nations. We need to reform our global institutions to reflect current realities. We need to make them more representative and responsive to the demands of the time. Only through genuine solidarity and concerted action could we ensure collective security and prosperity. I thank you all for your attention and wish you, Mr. President, a successful term of office. I thank you. አመሰግናለሁ።
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sergei Lavrov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Madam President, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting at a difficult, a dramatic moment. The crises are growing, and the situation in the area of international security is deteriorating rapidly. Instead of having an honest dialogue and looking for compromises, what we're dealing with is disinformation, coarse stagings, and provocations. The Western line here undermines the trust in international institutions as bodies where interests are agreed. It also undermines trust in international law as a guarantee of fairness and protecting the weak against the strong. The negative tendencies we're witnessing within the UN in a concentrated fashion too. At the UN, which rose from the rubble of German fascism and Japanese militarism and was created to develop friendly relations amongst its members and to prevent conflict among them. The future of the world order is being decided today, and it is clear to any impartial objective. The question is whether or not it is going to be the kind of order with one hegemon at the head of it, making everyone else living, following his notorious rules of benefit to that hegemon only, or are we going to have a democratic, fair world without blackmail and without setting fear into the unwanted, without neo-Nazism and neo-colonialism? We made a firm choice for the latter, and together with partners and like-minded people, calling upon everyone to work for its implementation. What is receding into the past is a unipolar model of world development which served the interests of the 1 golden billion, and its overconsumption level came from the resources of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Today, we're witnessing sovereign states ready to defend their national interests, and this results in the creation of an equal, socially oriented, and sustainable multipolar architecture. But the objective geopolitical processes are being seen by Washington and fully subjugated to it. The elites of Western countries are considered by them as a threat to their dominating position. The United States and allies want to stop the march of history. So at some point in the past, declaring that they were victorious in the Cold War, Washington erected themselves into an almost envoy of God on earth, without any obligations, but only the sacred right to act with impunity wherever and wherever they want. And this can be done anywhere against any state, especially if they're somehow displeased, the self-proclaimed masters of the world. And we do recall the wars of aggressions very far from American shores in Yugoslavia, in Iraq, and Libya, which claimed many hundred thousands of peaceful lives. Were the truly legitimate interests of the West were impacted in any one of those countries? Was English banned or any other language of NATO countries banned there? Mass media, culture? Were the Anglo-Saxons declared to be subhuman, or heavy weaponry was used against them? So what is the outcome of the adventurism of the United States in the Middle East? Has a human rights situation improved? Is the rule of law better? The socioeconomic situation may perhaps stabilized, or people's livelihood is better? Name a country where Washington interfered by force and where, as a result of that, life improved. Trying to restore a one-polar model under the slogan of a rules-based order, West is introducing dividing lines everywhere along the lines of a confrontation between blocs. You're either with us or against us. There is no third option possible. There are no compromises. Continuing with the course to spread NATO to the east and bringing the military infrastructure of NATO to the borders of Russia, the United States now have the goal of subjugating the Asian areas. At the June summit of NATO in Madrid, this self-proclaimed defensive alliance declared the indivisible security of Euro-Atlantic and India and Pacific. And under the slogan of India-Pacific strategies, closed formats are being created, and they undermine what has been built under the ASEAN for decades, namely an open and inclusive regional architecture. And in addition to that, they're playing with fire around Taiwan. On top of that, they're promising military support to Taiwan. Clearly, the notorious Monroe Doctrine is becoming global in scope. Washington is trying to turn the entire world into its own backyard. And the way of doing this is through unlawful unilateral sanctions, which have been for many years used in violation of the Charter and used as a tool of political blackmail. The cynicism here is obvious because these restrictions hit civilians. They prevent them from getting access to basic goods, including medication, vaccines, and food. An egregious example we have here is the American blockade of Cuba, more than 60 years old. The General Assembly has been for a long time and insistently demanding that be immediately lifted, and this is being done by the absolute majority of voices. The Secretary General, whose duty include helping implement General Assembly decisions, must, of course, pay special attention to this issue. The Secretary General has a special role also in mobilizing efforts to overcome food and energy crises, which resulted in the wake of an out-of-control money emission in the United States and the European Union during the pandemic, and as a result of irresponsible, unprofessional acts by the European Union in the hydrocarbon fuel markets. Despite common sense, Washington and Brussels compounded the situation when they announced economic war against Russia. As a result, there is a growing price on foodstuffs, fertilizers, oil, and gas. We welcome the efforts made by the Secretary General when they helped arrive at the Istanbul agreements on the 24th of June, but they need to be implemented. But so far, the ships with the Ukrainian grain go somewhere, but not into the poorest countries, on the one hand. On the other hand, the impediments by US and EU, the financial and logistical impediments against our grain and fertilizers have not been lifted. Furthermore, for several weeks, we have been saying that about 300,000 tons of fertilizer are being held up in European ports, and we have been proposing that they be forwarded free of charge to the needy countries in Africa. But the European Union is not heeding this. The official Russophobia in the West is unprecedented now. The scope is grotesque. They're not shying away from declaring the intent to inflict the military defeat on our country, but also to destroy and fracture Russia. In other words, what they want to do is to remove from the global map a geopolitical entity which has become all too independent. So how have Russia in the recent decades been infringing on the interests of our opponents? Is it that we cannot be forgiven for making possible the military and strategic détente in the 1980s and 1990s because of my country's position? Or is it that we voluntarily dissolved the Warsaw Treaty Organization and thus removed the reason for NATO's being? Is it that we supported the reunification of Germany without any preconditions and against the position of London and Paris? That we withdrew our military from Europe, Asia, from Latin America? That we recognized the independence of former Soviet republics? That we believed the promises of Western leaders not to expand, not by an inch of NATO in the East, but when it started, agreed to basically legitimize it through signing a founding act between Russia and NATO? Did we infringe on the interests of the West when we warned them that it was unacceptable to bring closer a threatening military infrastructure, bring it closer to our borders? The arrogance of the West, the American exclusivity, have become particularly destructive after the end of the Cold War. Already in 1991, the Deputy Chief of Pentagon, Paul Wolfowitz, in his conversation with the NATO Commander Europe, Wesley Clark, stated openly that, I quote, "After the end of the Cold War, we can use our military without any fear of reprisal. We have 5, maybe 10 years so as to clean out the surrogate Soviet regimes, such as Iraq and Syria, until such time as there is a new superpower who can challenge us." End of quote. And I am convinced that at some point in someone's memoirs, we will find out how the American strategy was being developed as regards Ukraine. But even so, Washington's plans in this regard are obvious in any event. It is possible they are not being forgiven that at the request of the United States and European Union, we supported the agreement of the Ukrainian president at the time, Mr. Yanukovych, his agreement with the forces of opposition to resolve crisis in February 2014. These agreements were guaranteed by Germany, Poland, and France, but the next morning they were trampled underfoot by the leaders of the bloody coup, who thus humiliated the European mediators. The West simply shrugged and watched in silence how members of the coup started bombing the eastern of Ukraine, where people refused to accept the results of the coup, watched as organizers made into the rank of national heroes the accomplices of Nazis. Were we expected to acquiesce in the Kiev intent to ban the Russian language, education, our mass media and culture, with the insistence on chasing the Russians out of Crimea, on waging war against Donbass, whose citizens were proclaimed by the then authorities and now authorities in Kiev, proclaimed to be not people but specimens? Is it that we violated the interests of the West because we played a role in stopping the forceful actions by the Kiev neo-Nazis in the east of Ukraine, and then demanded that the Minsk package of measures be implemented, something that was unanimously approved by the Security Council, but then laid low by Kiev with the participation of US and EU. For many years, we have been proposing to have security in Europe with the basis on equal and indivisible security enshrined at the highest level in OSCE documents. According to this principle, no one is to strengthen their own security at the expense of others. And the very last proposal to make these agreements legally binding, something that we introduced in December 2021, and the reaction was an arrogant rejection of that. The incapacity of Western countries to negotiate and the continued war by the Kiev regime against their own people left us with no choice but to recognize the dependence of the Donetsk and the Lugansk People's Republics and start a special military operation to protect the Russian and other people on Donbass, and so as to remove the threats against our security, which NATO had been consistently creating in Ukraine at our borders. The operation is conducted in pursuance of agreements on friendship, cooperation, mutual assistance between us and that republic, and on the basis of Article 51 of the UN Charter. I'm convinced that any sovereign, self-respecting state would do the same in our stead, a state which understands its responsibility to his own people. The West is now throwing a fit because of the referenda which are being conducted in the Lugansk, Donetsk, Kharkov, and Zaporozhye oblasts. But people living there are basically only reacting to what was said to them by the head of the Kiev regime, Mr. Zelensky, in August 2021. At the time, he said anyone who feels themselves to be Russian for the benefit of their children and grandchildren to get out and to go to Russia. And that's what the inhabitants of those regions are doing, taking their land with them where their ancestors had been living for hundreds of years. Any unbiased observer can see very clearly the Anglo-Saxons who fully subjugated Europe, for them, Ukraine is just an expandable material as they are fighting against Russia. NATO declared that our country is an immediate threat on their way to total domination, and a long-term threat will be the PRC. At the same time, collective West, headed by Washington, is sending frightening signals to other countries saying anyone who disobeys can be next. One of the consequences of the crusade by the West against the objectionables is the growing decline of multilateral institutions. They have been turned by the United States and allies into tools to implement their own selfish interests. This is something that is being pursued at the UN, Human Rights Council, UNESCO, and other multilateral institutions. The organizational prohibition of chemical weapons has basically been privatized. Fierce attempts are being made to prevent creating within the Convention on Biological and Toxin Weapons of a mechanism which would ensure transparency for hundreds military biological programs of the Pentagon has around the world, including on the perimeter of our country and throughout Eurasia. And these programs are far from harmless. This is irrefutable, according to the facts that we came to in Ukraine. There is an assertive line to privatize the UN Secretariat, introducing into its work a neoliberal narrative which ignores the cultural and civilizational multifaceted nature of the world. We call upon making sure that we follow the Charter and ensure a fair geographical representation of member states, making sure that there is no one single country dominant in the Secretariat. An impossible situation was created by Washington, having to do with the obligation of the host country of a headquarters agreement to ensure the normal conditions for the participation of all member states in UN work. The obligations under this host country agreement are also placed on the Secretary General, and inactivity is unacceptable. We're also concerned by the efforts made by countries who are undermining the prerogatives of the Security Council. And of course, the Council and UN have to be aligned to contemporary realities. We see the prospect of making the Security Council more democratic exclusively through broadening the representation of the countries from Africa, Asia, and Latin America. We note India and Brazil in particular as key international actors and worthy candidates for permanent membership within the Council, whilst at the same time unilaterally and mandatorily raising the profile of Africa. It is very important today to make sure that all member states unequivocally, without reservations, reaffirm their commitment to the purposes and principles of the Charter as a first and necessary step to restore collective responsibility for the fate of humankind. And that was the reason why in July 2021, a group of friends to support the Charter was created. And co-sponsor of the group was Russia, and it now counts to 20 countries. The goal here is to make sure that there is strict abiding with universal norms of international law to counterbalance unilateral approaches. And we call upon everyone to join in. And in this context, great potential is possessed by such organizations as the Non-Aligned Movement, BRICS, SCO, and ASEAN. The Western colleagues are very aggressive in imposing their understanding of democracy as a way of organizing life to all countries, categorically do not want to be guided by democratic norms in international affairs. And a very good example, the situation in Ukraine. Again, it would seem to be that Russia justified its position, has been justifying it for years, and with the West said they disagree. Okay, well, let other members of the international community decide for themselves what their position would be, on the side of one, on the side of others, or neutral. That's what happens in democracies when politicians opposing each other defend their viewpoints and try to convey it to others. But the United States and allies do not give the freedom of choice to anyone. They threaten to twist the arms of anyone who dares think for themselves, and demand by threats that countries join in with anti-Russian sanctions. That doesn't work very well, but it is very clear that these acts by United States and its satellites is not democracy. It's pure unadulterated dictatorship or an attempt to impose it. We're left with a strong impression that the Washington and subjugated Europe are trying to keep their disappearing hegemony using prohibited means. Diplomacy constantly is being replaced by illegal sanctions against competitors in economics, sports, information area, culture, and generally in contacts with people. Let's turn to the problem with visas for delegates for international meetings in New York, Geneva, Vienna, and Paris. There also we see the desire to remove competition, make sure that alternative viewpoints do not come into multilateral discussions. I am convinced that we need to protect the UN and scrape everything that confrontational and superficial from there and give it back its reputation and an honest platform to seek for balance for all member states. And this is the approach that we're guided up when we put forward our national initiatives. It is of principal importance to make sure that we have a comprehensive ban on the deployment of weapons in space, and this is the reason for the Russia-China draft international treaty considered by the Conference on Disarmament. It's particularly important to protect our cyberspace within the open-ended working group of the General Assembly on the agreements on how to protect international security, and to use a special committee for universal convention on how to counter the use of ICT for criminal purposes. We continue supporting Office on Counterterrorism and other anti-terrorist entities within the UN, and we go to continue develop relationships between the UN, CSTO, Eurasian Economic Union, CIS, so as to pool our efforts in the greater Eurasia. We call for an enhanced work on overcoming regional conflicts. We think that the priority here is to overcome the impasse in creating an independent Palestinian state, restoring restoring the state of Iraq and Libya destroyed by NATO aggression, neutralize the threats to Syria, having a sustainable process of national conciliation in Yemen, overcoming the heavy burden of NATO presence in Afghanistan. And we are working on restoring the original JCPOA on Iran nuclear program, ensuring the comprehensive settlement on the Korean Peninsula. Many conflict situations in Africa require that we reject the temptation to play a zero-sum game there, and that outside players consolidate around the initiatives by the African Union. We are concerned by the situation in Kosovo, Bosnia-Herzegovina, where the United States and the EU are stubbornly leading to the destruction of the international legal basis as we currently have it in Resolution 1244 and the Dayton Peaceful Agreement. Madam President, at times like these, it's natural to seek wisdom from our predecessors. So in the pithy expression of the former Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld, who remembered the horrors of World War. He said, and I quote, "The UN wasn't created to take mankind to paradise, but rather to save humanity from hell." These are very topical words. They call upon us to understand our individual and collective responsibility for creating conditions for a peaceful and harmonious development for our future generations, and everyone need to show political will for that. When we are ready for such honest work, and we are convinced that the stability of the world order can be ensured exclusively through returning to the origins of the UN diplomacy, basing ourselves on the key principle of true democracy, the respect for the sovereign equality of states. I thank you.
Agradezco al ministro de Relaciones.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Doy ahora.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Sirojidin Muridin, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Tajikistan.
Distinguished Madam President, distinguished Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me join previous speakers in extending our congratulations to you, Ambassador Chaba Karoshi, on your election as President of the United Nations General Assembly at its 77th session. I wish to take this opportunity to pay a befitting tribute to your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for his effective guidance and excellent leadership during the most challenging and uneasy times for the entire humanity. Excellencies, our world is going through turbulent times. We are witnessing the transformation of the existing world order. Threats such as terrorism, extremism, drug and arms trafficking, cybercrime, and other forms of cross-border organized crime have a tendency to increase exponentially. To further discuss the above-mentioned issues, the government of Tajikistan, the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism, and its partners will be holding a high-level international conference on international and regional border security and management cooperation to counter terrorism and prevent the movement of terrorists in Dushanbe, Tajikistan on 18th, 19th October 2022. We invite you to attend this important conference. Climate change, natural disasters, food insecurity, ongoing impact of the pandemic, among other things, further add fuel to the fire. The international community needs tools that are fit for today's rapid mechanisms that were established decades ago are now finding it difficult to cope with the emerging challenges. The world needs more robust multilateralism to tackle and toughest challenges with the United Nations at the helm. Therefore, Tajikistan supports the efforts of the United Nations Secretary General aimed at comprehensive reform of the organization to strengthen its capacity to timely and adequately respond to the development needs and efficiently address contemporary threats. There is a historic opportunity to steer change in a direction beneficial for all humanity. It shouldn't be wasted. Mr. President, allow me to address 3 additional topics which are very important for my delegation: implementation of our Roadmap 2030 agenda, water and climate change, as well as peace and security. Tajikistan strongly reaffirms its commitments to the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals. As we are lagging behind of many SDGs, the government of Tajikistan has taken bold steps towards integrating SDGs into national policies and development plans. Despite substantial progress made towards the achievement of SDGs, there are significant risks such as climate-related hazards and disasters that could slow and reverse Tajikistan's path towards the realization of 2030 Agenda and threaten agricultural productivity and food security. This year, the world has witnessed unprecedented water-related natural disasters. While we all have struggling with the consequences of these water-related disasters, we are becoming increasingly aware that water is vital and a resource we must value, protect, and manage effectively. We need actions that can make a real difference. On 6th, 9th June 2022, we successfully held the second Dushanbe conference in Tajikistan, which became a key preparatory meeting for the midterm review of the water decade in 2023. As you are aware, in 22nd, 24 March 2023, the United Nations will convene its second water conference after 46 years. The UN 23 Water Conference will be a good opportunity for all of us to review and evaluate the progress made and the gaps and obstacles we have encountered in realizing the goals of the water decade. Tajikistan and Netherlands, leading the preparations for this global event, are diligently working and are determined to make the conference a watershed moment for the whole world. To this end, we launched the Water Action Agenda as one of the outcomes of the UN 2023 Water Conference. We expect and encourage everyone to come to the conference with new commitments to enrich the Water Action Agenda. This is important and necessary not only for us today, but for our children, for our future generations. Mr. President, the impact of climate change on water resources is another crucial topic that requires our concerted efforts. Alongside the increase in mudflows and floods, water scarcity and droughts, and changes in the hydrological cycle, today the accelerated melting of glaciers, the primary sources of fresh water on the planet, is of great concern. To this end, Tajikistan is actively promoting an integrated approach to addressing water and climate issues, including within Water and Climate Coalition. During the coalition's first meeting, His Excellency Mr. Emomali Rahman, President of the Republic of Tajikistan, proposed declaring 2025 as an international year of glaciers preservation. We are currently working on the draft resolution to advance the said initiative through the second committee of the UN General Assembly. We seek your constructive engagement and support for this important resolution. Mr. President, response to the ever-increasing threat of terrorism and extremism should be comprehensive, with the UN as a key coordinator. For its part, Tajikistan has undertaken several measures in this direction. We have, among other things, adopted our national strategy and action plan of the Republic of Tajikistan on countering terrorism and extremism for 2021-2025 and expressed our readiness. Tajikistan strongly believes that small states should also have a greater chance
to contribute to finding solutions for maintaining peace and security. Hence, following years of contributions to multilateralism through active participation in the United Nations activities and processes, and having unique peacemaking experience and insightful knowledge about Afghanistan, the time has come for Tajikistan to seek for the first time its non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council for 2028-2029. We are looking forward to closely working with all the UN member states to gain the trust and support for this vital campaign. Mr. President, Tajikistan, a peace-loving country that went through a devastating imposed civil war, is very aware of its cost and long-lasting consequences. Therefore, we can't stay indifferent to the fate of our immediate neighbors, the noble people of Afghanistan, who have suffered enough for the past 40 years. They deserve peace and tranquility. Exactly 1 year ago, in this same room, the President of Tajikistan, His Excellency, Mr. Emomali Rahmon, in his virtual message before the United Nations General Assembly, dedicated more than half of his statement to the situation in Afghanistan. His concerns and warnings, unfortunately, fell on deaf ears. 1 year after the fall of Afghanistan, no inclusive government has been formed despite repeated calls from Afghans, regional countries, and the international community for greater ethnic, political, and geographical diversity in the de facto administrative structures. The country is on the verge of a humanitarian and economic catastrophe. To ease the suffering of the Afghan people during these difficult times, Tajikistan has provided its infrastructure, territory, and communication means to all stakeholders and donor countries to deliver humanitarian assistance directly to the people of Afghanistan. We have also never stopped providing the people of Afghanistan with much needed electricity since the Taliban came to power. The environment of intimidation and deterioration in respect for human rights, including the rights of women and girls, is overwhelming. Diverging opinions and existing internal contradictions within the Taliban and the emerge of additional armed opposition groups, including ISIL-K and other terrorist groups, make the security situation in the country even more fragile. Furthermore, Taliban's inability to control its militants and other terrorist groups further complicates the already difficult situation. The recent discovery and killing of one of Al-Qaeda's top strategic means in
I don't wish to provide opening remarks. I just spoke at the General Assembly. I set out our position. However, I would like just in pursuit to comment on some of the statements that just today have been heard from Washington, London, Brussels, and other Western capitals with respect to the referenda, which in these days are to be carried out in the Donetsk People's Republic, the Lugansk People's Republic, and the liberated territories of Kherson and Zaporozhye Oblast in Ukraine. The hysteria which we have seen is very telling. A direct expression of the popular will of citizens has long ceased to be a form of establishment of control over a territory which the West has embraced and supported. However, once again, I do wish to draw attention to something I have said already when in August of 2021, Mr. Zelensky, in one of the interviews, vociferously proclaimed that in the east of Ukraine, there are not even people, but specimens. If somebody or entities, and if somebody in Ukraine, any of the residents of Ukraine feel Russian, wishes to speak in the Russian language, then for the sake of the future of their children and their grandchildren, he would recommend that those people leave, go to Russia. So if you will, he launched the process that made the existence of ethnic Russians in Ukraine intolerable, and ultimately resulted in the fact that on the territories of these oblasts, republics, referenda were announced on unification with the Russian Federation. As was said by President Putin, we will unconditionally respect the results of these democratic processes. Now turning
to their places of permanent deployment. A joint inspection was organized in the border area. A joint task force has been set up to monitor the implementation of the agreement reached. Most importantly, both parties reaffirmed their commitment to resolving all bilateral issues exclusively by political and diplomatic means. Tajikistan has followed and will always follow these principles when any issues arise, including the settlement of the situation on the border. It is with deep regret that Kyrgyzstan is deviating from the agreement reached, creating a false appearance of withdrawing troops and heavy military equipment from the line of contact by hiding them in populated areas near the border. Therefore, the responsibility for any next round of tension on the Tajik-Kyrgyz border will lie exclusively with Kyrgyzstan. The leadership of the neighboring country in their speech mentioned the deaths of their citizens and financial damage, creating the false impression that the tragedy on the border affected them exclusively. The evidences say otherwise. As a result of military aggression of Kyrgyzstan, more than 40 civilians of Tajikistan were killed and about 200 were injured. The casualties include pregnant women, children, elderly, doctors, as well as devout Muslims attendants of the morning ceremony in the mosque. In addition to border facilities, schools, hospitals, religious buildings, residential buildings, infrastructure, and utilities were destroyed. So who is the aggressor here? Tajikistan is currently channeling significant resources to rebuilding destroyed houses and vital infrastructure. The tragedy that happened in the border area is not accidental. Since the last autumn, our neighbors have been preparing for aggression, which manifested itself in the creation of military infrastructure near our borders. In recent years, our neighbors have often spoken, including from this high restaurant, about the importance of an international transport artery and the creation of favorable conditions for transportation, while advocating the removal of barriers to economic cooperation, the simplification of procedures for passing borders and transit between countries and regions. At the same time, Kyrgyzstan often creates problems for the transit of goods to and from Tajikistan, delaying vehicles with thousands of tons of our cargo. Mr. President, it's important to note that we managed to successfully resolve the border issues with China and Uzbekistan and this is an achievement of lengthy process for all parties. We have accumulated enough experience, which is important to use in its entirety when resolving border issues on the basis of mutual respect, trust, and openness. Over the 20 years history of negotiations with Kyrgyzstan, we have signed dozens of protocols. However, as time passes with the change of political groups in power, they continuously revisit these documents and implement only those provisions that are in favor of them exclusively, while ignoring the other provisions. As of today, both countries managed to agree on and develop a draft description of about 602 kilometers of our joint border, which is approximately 61% of its total length. Tajikistan, relying on the international practice of border delimitation, has repeatedly offered its neighbors to record the results of these many years of work on paper by signing an agreement on separate sections of the border. But our neighbors strictly decline this proposal. The leadership of Kyrgyzstan mentioned in this high rostrum the agreement on the establishment of the Commonwealth of Independent States and the Alma-Ata Declaration, presenting them as a legal framework for determining the state border. However, I have to emphasize that the issue of determining the border line is not the subject of regulation of these documents. To our deep regret, relying on its unilateral approach, since 1950s, Kyrgyzstan has arbitrarily seized more than 2,110 square kilometers that rightfully belong to Tajikistan. Our neighbors didn't mention anything about it either. I would like to inform the General Assembly that Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan have reached an agreement on the description of the state border line according to the documents of the National Territorial Delimitation of 1924-1927. It is these documents that have gone through all the constitutional procedures and accordingly are the only legal framework for continuing the negotiation process. Despite this, in order to show goodwill and maximum flexibility, we met our neighbor halfway and agreed to also use the documents of the 1989 Parity Commission proposed by Kyrgyzstan. Border issues are not resolved by the populist statements and the creation of crisis situation. We need daily, thoughtful, joint work based on the political will on the parties. We stand ready to continue negotiations and firmly believe that the Tajik and Kyrgyz peoples have the right to live and build together an atmosphere of peace, friendship, and harmony. Tajikistan, having survived the horrors of internal conflict, understands the value of peace and will make all its efforts to ensure that security and stability reigns in our region. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Tajikistan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Subramaniam Jaishankar, Minister for External Affairs of India.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished members of the General Assembly,
I bring to you the greetings of 1.3 billion plus people from the world's largest democracy. They join me in congratulating the President of the General Assembly, Ambassador Csaba Kőrösi, on his election to chair the 77th session of the UN General Assembly. They follow closely developments at the United Nations, reflecting the increasingly globalized nature of our existence. We meet at a challenging time for the world order. This session's theme, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges, seeks to capture its seriousness. Excellencies, the year 2022 is an important milestone in India's journey towards growth, development, and prosperity. India is celebrating 75 years of its independence, what we call Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The story of that period has been one of toil, of determination, innovation, and enterprise of millions of ordinary Indians. They are rejuvenating a society pillaged by centuries of foreign attacks and colonialism. And they are doing so in a democratic framework whose steady progress is reflected in more authentic voices and grounded leadership. This new India, under the visionary and dynamic leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is a confident and resurgent society. Its agenda for our centenary will be achieved through the 5 pledges that we committed to on our Independence Day. 1, we are resolved to make India a developed country in the next 25 years. For the world, that creates more capacities for global good. 2, we will liberate ourselves from a colonial mindset. Externally, this means reformed multilateralism and more contemporary global governance. 3, our rich civilizational heritage will be a source of pride and of strength. This includes care and concern for the environment, so ingrained in our traditional ethos. 4, we will promote greater unity and solidarity. This expresses a coming together on global issues such as terrorism, pandemics, or the environment. And 5, we will instill consciousness of duties and responsibilities. This applies to nations as much as it does to citizens. These 5 pledges affirm our age-old outlook that sees the world as one family. We believe that national good and global good can be entirely in harmony. It is this conviction that led us to supply vaccines to over 100 nations. Similarly, our evacuation operations in HADR situations always had room for other nationals in distress. Even as we meet our own development targets, India offers partnerships to our brothers and sisters in Asia, in Africa, and Latin America. And we do so based on their needs and their priorities. Today, the focus is on green growth, better connectivity, digital delivery, and accessible health. Our solidarity is not just in words. You can see them in 700 projects across the world. Madam President, even while India contributes to global betterment, we recognize the sharp deterioration in the international landscape. The world is already struggling with challenges of post-pandemic economic recovery. The debt situation of the developing is precarious. To this is now added the rising costs and the shrinking availability of fuel, of food, and of fertilizers. These, along with trade disruptions and diversions, are among the many consequences of the Ukraine conflict. The Indo-Pacific, too, witnesses fresh concerns about its stability and its security. And climate events have added an overlay on these mounting anxieties. As we saw in the case of the COVID pandemic, the South will be the most impacted, even if the immediate causes are well beyond. It is imperative that global conversations recognize this deep unfairness. The inequity of vaccine distribution should not be replicated in other domains. Madam President, as the Ukraine conflict continues to rage, we are often asked, whose side are we on? And our answer each time is straight and honest. India is on the side of peace and will remain firmly there. We are on the side that respects the UN Charter and its founding principles. We are on the side that calls for dialogue and diplomacy as the only way out. We are on the side of those struggling to make ends meet, even as they stare at the escalating costs of food, of fuel, and fertilizers. It is therefore in our collective interest to work constructively, both within the United Nations and outside, in finding an early resolution to this conflict. Excellencies, while the global attention has been on Ukraine, India has also had to contend with other challenges, especially in its own neighborhood. Some of them may be aggravated by the COVID pandemic and ongoing conflicts, but they speak too of a deeper malaise. The accumulation of debt in fragile economies is of particular concern. We believe that in such times, the international community must rise above narrow national agendas. India, for its part, is taking exceptional measures in exceptional times. We do so when we send 50,000 metric tons of wheat and multiple tranches of medicines and vaccines to Afghanistan. When we extend credits of $3.8 billion to Sri Lanka for fuel, essential commodities, and trade settlement. When we supply 10,000 metric tons of food aid and vaccine shipments to Myanmar. When we fill the gap in humanitarian needs left unaddressed by political complexity. Whether it is disaster response or humanitarian assistance, India has stood strong, contributing particularly to those nearest to us. Excellencies, the world as we knew it is poised for transformational changes. It has been impacted in recent times by a succession of shocks, each of them significant by itself. The COVID pandemic called into question the over-centralized nature of globalization and has led all of us to seek greater resilience and reliability of supply chains. The repercussions of the ongoing Ukraine conflict have further heightened economic stresses, especially on food and energy. Climate events have added to disruption that the world is already facing. As for the promise of technology, it has certainly multiplied our capabilities, but also added to our vulnerabilities. Trust and transparency are legitimate expectations of a more digitized world. The quest to create a better global order would necessarily have to address all these issues. Among them, some are clearly more existential in nature and necessitate intense coordination by the international community. Climate action and climate justice are particularly noteworthy in this respect. In their pursuit, India has worked with partners on the International Solar Alliance, the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative, and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. We stand ready to support any collective and equitable endeavor to protect our environment, and to further global wellness. Lifestyle for environment, or LIFE, as declared by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Glasgow on the sidelines of COP26, is our homage to Mother Nature. India remains deeply committed to fighting climate change under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. We do so on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in the light of different national circumstances. We have announced our updated nationally determined contributions after COP26. Excellencies, India's steadfast commitment to South-South cooperation is by now well established and well recognized. Our approach is based on principles of mutual respect and national ownership, with a commitment to sustainable development for all. As we begin the G20 presidency this December, we are sensitive to the challenges faced by developing countries. India will work with other G20 members to address serious issues of debt, of economic growth, food and energy security, and particularly of environment. The reform of governance of multilateral financial institutions will continue to be one of our core priorities. Madam President, India would be completing its tenure as a member of the Security Council this year. In our term, we have acted as a bridge on some serious but divisive issues confronting the Council. We have also focused on concerns such as maritime security, peacekeeping, and counterterrorism. Our contributions range from providing technology with a human touch to ensuring safety and security of UN peacekeepers. As the chair of the Counterterrorism Committee this year, India would be hosting its special meeting in Mumbai and New Delhi. I invite all member states to participate in it. We need to create a global architecture that responds to the new tech tools deployed against open, diverse, and pluralistic societies. Having borne the brunt of cross-border terrorism for decades, India firmly advocates a zero-tolerance approach. In our view, there is no justification for any act of terrorism, regardless of motivation, and no rhetoric, however sanctimonious, can ever cover up bloodstains. The United Nations responds to terrorism by sanctioning its perpetrators, those who politicize the UNSC 1267 sanctions regime, sometimes even to the extent of defending proclaimed terrorists. They do so at their own peril. Believe me, they advance neither their own interests nor indeed their reputation. India has always espoused a cooperative, inclusive, and consultative approach to international relations. We believe that multipolarity, rebalancing, fair globalization, and reformed multilateralism cannot be kept in abeyance. The call for reformed multilateralism, with reforms of the Security Council at its core, enjoys considerable support among UN members. It does so because of the widespread recognition that the current architecture is anachronistic and ineffective. It is also perceived as deeply unfair, denying entire continents and regions a voice in a forum that deliberates their future. India is prepared to take up greater responsibilities, but it seeks, at the same time, to ensure that the injustice faced by the Global South is decisively addressed. Our call is to allow serious negotiations on such a critical matter to proceed sincerely. They must not be blocked by procedural tactics. Naysayers cannot hold the IGN process hostage in perpetuity. In these turbulent times, it is essential that the world listens to more voices of reason, and experiences more acts of goodwill. India is willing and able on both counts. We believe and advocate that this is not an era of war or of conflict. On the contrary, it is a time for development and for cooperation. Madam President, in the past, this August Assembly has served as a meeting point of views and as a catalyst for action. It is vital that we continue to believe in the promise of diplomacy and the need for international cooperation. Therefore, Madam President, let us strive to return to the course of seeking peace, progress, and prosperity. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for External Affairs of India. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ann-Christine Linde, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden.
Madam President, Excellencies, times of crisis require the best of us. When warnings sound, action must follow. Only then will development have sustainable and peace maintained. Honest reflection on the gravity of the challenges must be followed by determined commitments to address them. That is what respecting the UN Charter means and what multilateralism is all about. Madam President, we are all aware of the immense task facing us. Almost 350 million people in more than 80 countries face acute food insecurity, trying to merely survive the day instead of making plans for tomorrow. Some 50 million people in 45 countries are on the brink of starvation. Progress on the Sustainable Development Goals is halting, leaving millions of women, men, and children behind. Extreme poverty is on the rise for the first time in 2 decades. The world is in the midst of an accelerating climate and environmental crisis, and the effects on the ongoing pandemic continue to afflict individuals and in societies around the world. A permanent member of the Security Council has launched an unprovoked, unjustified, and illegal aggression against a neighboring country. This was done in blatant disregard of its international obligation and the human suffering that extends far beyond the immediate war zone. Madam President, as UN member states, we also know what is required of us. The General Assembly has come together to demand that Russia immediately, completely, and unconditionally
Ukraine?
Well, the Ukrainian game has been ongoing for quite some time now. I would recall that back in 2003, when the latest elections were held in Ukraine, the preparations were underway at the time. Western politicians, officials, the minister for foreign ministers, including the Belgian foreign minister, I remember this perfectly well. He explicitly proclaimed that Ukrainians during those elections need to determine who they were with Russia or with Europe. And this kind of a mindset, this philosophy, either them or us, hasn't disappeared. And the way that today we see the Russophobic trends, which are raging rampant throughout Europe, and the Europeans and Americans are trying to bring the whole world into this disgraceful policy, the actions of the West at the moment, when immediately as Russian regular Russophobia was encouraged and the Russian language prohibited. This is racism, which apparently didn't disappear. It's no longer latent. It is now obvious. And this is being spread and proliferating. The same with those slogans, Ukrainians, choose who you're with. And a few years later, there were other elections. The candidate that was not embraced by the West didn't win. And the West did everything possible to raise a wave in Ukraine and to compel its subordinate Ukrainian officials to hand over the issue to the Constitutional Court. And the Constitutional Court, which is supposed to protect the Constitution, set out a third round of elections, which is not enshrined in the Constitution. And the necessary candidate for the United States was then selected. So, you know, in December of 2013, there was a publication of what leaked the recording of the television, the discussion between Victoria Nuland and the American ambassador in Kiev. The American ambassador in Kiev was being reported to, this was back in December, about which politician was reporting which politicians need to be prepared for the new government, even though there was more than a year before the elections. So a certain likelihood of an abnormal transfer of power was possible, and Nuland named a few names which he thought had to be included in the leadership of Ukraine. And to this, the US ambassador in Kiev said, well, you know, this specific individual, he is not supported by the European Union. Do you remember what she answered? Fuck the EU. So this is the relationship. This is the truth. And the relationship today is the same. The whole coup, the turnaround with Germany, France, and Poland signed on, their ministers signed on to a guarantee of the creation of a government of national unity, which would deal with preparations for early elections in 5 to 6 months. During those elections, the opposition would certainly have won. But instead of complying with the agreement, and at least respecting the authority of European countries who placed their authority at stake, the following morning, they didn't wait very long. The next morning, they seized administrative buildings, and then at the square, they proclaimed, "Celebrate, congratulate us! We created a government of victors, not of national unity, but a government of victors." There's a big difference here, and this was something that was seen repeatedly. The fact that the United States views the current situation around Ukraine as some kind of a yardstick by which their capacity will be measured to remain a hegemon. This is absolutely clear to me. I'm not comparing the situations. However, when the United States launched their aggressive misadventures in Yugoslavia, in Iraq, in Libya, when they invaded Syria without any right to do so, and Afghanistan, by the way, also, they announced areas of their interest in areas tens of thousands of miles from American shores. And in parallel with these processes, when they sowed chaos everywhere to then have the American fished out of those muddy waters, they advanced NATO eastward, and further eastward. NATO, a defensive alliance. When the Soviet Union existed, when there was a Warsaw Pact, when the Berlin Wall was up, a concrete wall and an imagined wall between the two blocks, yes, it was understood that they were defensive. They were defending themselves from, as they viewed the aggressive Soviet Union, the Warsaw Pact. But then there's no longer a Soviet Union, no Warsaw Pact, and they're now defending themselves tens of thousands of kilometers from the line that was then understood. They simply decide, okay, we will defend ourselves here, then we will defend ourselves there. They announced that NATO, now as a defensive alliance, is accountable for security in the Indo-Pacific region, as they put it. So the next line of defense of NATO, the line of protection, will be the South China Sea. I have no doubt about that. Today, I spoke about this during the general debate. How long will this situation go on? I won't guess. President was asked, and the response was, we see our purposes which were proclaimed. We are working towards the achievement of those goals.
We have a new meme on TikTok. Please.
New what?
A new meme.
Да, уже?
Yeah. EU, something about EU and sex. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Lavrov. Michelle Nichols with Reuters. We've heard Russia's explanation for its invasion of Ukraine, but could you tell us what the end game is? Is the end game to overthrow the government in Kyiv? And how much pressure is Russia coming under from China to end this war?
The goals of the operation have been set in President Putin's statement on the 24th of February. We cannot tolerate. Tell me, for example, and I try to allude to some of the things which are absolutely intolerable. If imagine for a second, Reuters, right? If Ireland prohibited English in schools, in communications, in movie theaters, or if Belgium did the same to the French language, or Finland to the Swedish. Can you imagine any of these developments? I can't. But it would have been considered outrageous immediately. And there would have been a scandal and action, I have no slightest doubt, not to allow this to happen. But in case of Ukraine, for long, long years, the policy to eliminate anything Russian never drew any attention from media outlets in the West. And not only media outlets. We have been presenting these cases and calling for some action in OSCE, Council of Europe, United Nations, in relations between Russia and NATO, which at that time existed, in our contacts with the European Union, zero. Just like in the previous decades, after the Soviet Union disappeared, our insistence that European Union must end discrimination of Russians in Latvia and Estonia were not heeded at all. Absolutely. We have very deep conviction that our Western neighbors have racist instincts vis-a-vis Russia as a country, Russia as a nation. If you have any fact which will disprove what I am just saying about discrimination of Russians in Estonia, Latvia, and in Ukraine, where legislation was passed prohibiting everything, then of course we can discuss what analysis you might offer. So you call it aggression, you call it annexation. You're right. My answer is very simple. Don't try to judge from your office or from New York. Go to Crimea, talk to the people. Nobody does it except some brave politicians who are not in the elite, systemically. Go to the east. Anybody of you, did you go to Donbass during the 8 years of the war, when the Minsk agreements were raped every day? No. The Russian TV was broadcasting the situation on the Donbass side of the line of contact daily, live. And the damage to the civilian infrastructure, the killings of the peaceful population was broadcast regularly. And we have been asking a question. Why don't Western journalists do the same on the Ukrainian,
but Minister,
on the Ukrainian side of the line of contact? Because on the Ukrainian side of the line of contact, the damage was inflicted only by return fire. And it would be seen immediately. So I understand that you want to ask a question which would allow you then to write that I could not answer your question, but
I'm after what's the military endgame. We understand your
I was just asked by our
explanation.
Chinese friend about the military endgame and the goals of the operation. You should read Putin more often and carefully. He announced everything on the 24th of February. Read it and you will get it.
And what about China? Pressure from China to end the war?
This I don't understand at all.
Your president said last week that President Xi had raised concerns about the war with President Putin.
Did he say pressure from China?
He said
Did he say pressure from China?
He said concerns.
No,
So
no, no.
I'm asking
Yes
you.
or no? Did he say pressure from China?
I'm asking you though, are you coming under any pressure? I don't know. I'm asking
No.
you.
You asked me what about how do we feel under pressure from China? Look, let's be honest.
Are you coming under any pressure from China?
Look, you may tell your readers, listeners, viewers that I avoided to answer your question.
Mic to microphone.
You mean you don't understand Russian?
Still.
High time to learn.
Sergei Viktorovich, on the margins of the General Assembly, you've had many different meetings with your colleagues from Africa. Could you please tell us, during those talks, first of all, did you discuss the situation surrounding Ukrainian grain and Russian fertilizer, which is in European ports and which our now probably former Western partners are refusing to release to these poor countries? And second question, from your point of view, are there any new tracks or new areas that have emerged during discussions of these issues with American partners? And in general, in your point of view, how is the dialogue with African countries developing? Is there anything new or interesting that we don't yet know about? Yes, we spoke with many African colleagues. We spoke first and foremost about our bilateral relations with each of the African countries. We have growing trade and investment activity, although of course the overall figures are still a long way behind the Europeans and particularly behind Chinese companies, but the prospects are very promising. We have a lot of projects and a lot of plans, and we are putting together a robust package of agreements for the second Russia-Africa summit, which we plan to hold in the middle of next year. Food security, of course, is of interest to everyone. Everybody supports efforts to end the barriers that have been erected by the European Union, London, and Washington in respect of the export of Russian fertilizer and grain. Everybody welcomed the package deal, which upon the initiative of the Secretary General was concluded on the 22nd of July in Istanbul, and which at long last forced Zelensky to demine Ukrainian ports. He had been refusing to do that since March. In March, Russia and Turkey proposed that he let through those ships that he was holding hostage because of security concerns in international waters to the Bosphorus Gulf. That was agreed to finally, and Ukrainian grain did leave. However, the poorest countries on the World Food Programme's list, there was a terrible situation in Burkina Faso and another country as well. The Europeans, we pointed out to them that almost half of this grain was going to them. We were told that it would then be reshipped to African countries. But nevertheless,